Go ahead and read it like I gave it to you, Psalms 52 and then 107.
As my brother stated, everybody, I would love everyone to turn to Psalms 52, please. That is Psalms 5:2. It reads, "Why boastest thou thyself in mischief, O mighty man? The goodness of Elohim endureth continually. Thy tongue devises mischiefs like a sharp razor, working deceitfully. Thou lovest evil more than good, and lying rather than to speak righteousness. Selah. Thou lovest all devouring words, O thou deceitful tongue. Elohim shall likewise destroy thee forever. He shall take thee away and pluck thee out of thy dwelling place, and root thee out of the land of the living. Selah. The righteous also shall see, and fear, and shall laugh at him. Lo, this is the man that made not Elohim his strength, but trusted in the abundance of his riches, and strengthened himself in his wickedness. But I am like a green olive tree in the house of Elohim. I trust in the mercy of Elohim forever and ever. I will praise thee forever, because thou hast done it. I will wait on thy name, for it is good before thy saints." Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
As my brother stated also, I would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 107, please. That is Psalms 107. He reads, "O give thanks unto Yahweh, for he is good, for his mercy endureth forever. Let the redeemed of Yahweh say so, whom he hath redeemed from the hand of the enemy, and gathered them out of the land, from the east and from the west, from the north and from the south. They wandered in the wilderness in a solitary way. They found no city to dwell in. Hungry and thirsty, their soul fainted in them. Then they cried unto Yahweh in their trouble, and he delivered them out of their distresses. And he led them forth by the right way, that they might go to the city of habitation. Oh, that men would praise Yahweh for his good, and for his wondrous works to the children of men. For he satisfieth the longing soul, and filleth the hungry soul with goodness. Such as sit in darkness and in the shadow of death, being bound in affliction and iron. because they rebelled against the words of Elohim and contemned the counsel of the Most High. Therefore, he brought down their heart with labor. They fell down, and there was none to help. Then they cried unto Yahweh in their trouble, and he saved them out of their distresses. He brought them out of darkness and the shadow of death, and break their bands in sunder. Oh, that men would praise Yahweh for his goodness and for his wonderful works to the children of men. For he hath broken the gates of brass and cut the bars of iron in sunder. Fools, because of their transgression and because of their iniquities, are afflicted. Their soul abhorred all manner of meat, and they draw near unto the gates of death. Then they cried unto Yahweh in their trouble, and he saved them out of their distresses. He sent his word and healed them and delivered them from their destructions. Oh, that men would praise Yahweh for his goodness and for his wonderful works to the children of men, and let them sacrifice the sacrifices of thanksgiving and declare his works with rejoicing. They that go down to the sea in ships, that do business in great waters, these see the works of Yahweh and his wonders in the deep. For he commanded and raised the stormy wind, which lifted up the waves thereof. They mount up to the heaven. They go down again to the depths. Their soul is melted because of trouble. They reel to and fro and stagger like a drunken man, and are at the wit's end, their wit's end. Then they cry unto Yahweh in their trouble, and he bringeth them out of their distresses. He maketh the storm a calm, so that the waters thereof are still. Then are they glad because they be quiet. So he bringeth them unto their desired haven. Oh, that men would praise Yahweh for his goodness and for his wonderful works to the children of men. Let them exalt him also in the congregation of the people, and praise him in the assembly of the elders. He turneth rivers into a wilderness, and the water springs into dry ground, a fruitful land into barrenness, for the wickedness of them that dwell therein. He turneth the wilderness into a standing water, a dry ground into water springs. And there he maketh the hungry to dwell, that they may prepare a city for habitation. And sow the fields, and plant vineyards, which may yield fruits of increase. He blesses them also, so that they are multiplied greatly, and suffereth not their cattle to decrease. Again, they are minished and brought low through oppression, affliction, and sorrow. He poured contempt upon princes, and caused them to wander in the wilderness, where there is no way. Yet setteth he the poor on high from affliction, and maketh him families like a flock. The righteous shall see it and rejoice, and all iniquity shall stop her mouth. Whoso is wise and will observe these things, even they shall understand the loving kindness of Yahweh. Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
Hallelujah. Hallelujah and Shalom, Israel. Today's presentation will be called The Review of the Memorial of the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And today we will use this great presentation to make a distinction between that which our fathers would have done if they were in the land under the covenant of the law, and a distinction between that which our brothers and sisters that call themselves Israel today, what they have done and what they are doing. So we are going to use this great presentation to make a difference, to show that Israel was never commanded to keep the Passover nor the Feast of Unleavened Bread in their enemies' lands. And we will start this great presentation off with words of warning. And before we speak out of the book of Proverbs, please use this time to get yourself a pen, a piece of paper, and in Holy Scripture, that you may jot down these most relevant scriptures that we will bring forth this day. And it tells us, if we all open up our Holy Scriptures and turn to the book of wisdom, Proverbs, and we will go and start at the 22nd division of Proverbs. Proverbs 22. And it tells us in Proverbs 22, if we take a look at the 17th verse, and we will read to the 21st verse, and it reads, bow down thy ear and hear the words of the wise, and apply thy heart into my knowledge. For it is a pleasant thing if thou keep them within thee. They shall wither be fitted in thy lips, that thy trust may be in Yahweh. I have made known to thee this day, even to thee. Have not I written to thee excellent things and counsels and knowledge, that I might make thee know the certainty of the words of truth, that thou mightest answer the words of truth to them that sin into thee. It also tells us, by way of warning, using the words of wisdom, if we take a look at the 24th division of Proverbs, and it tells us in the 24th chapter of Proverbs, if we pick up at the very first verse and read to the 12th verse, it allows us to know these words of truth. And it reads, be not thou envious against evil men, neither desire to be with them. For their heart study destruction, and their lips talk of mischief. The wisdom is an house builded, and by understanding it is established. And by knowledge shall the chambers be filled with all precious and pleasant riches. A wise man is strong, yea, a man of knowledge increase strength. For by wise counsel thou shalt make thy war, and in the multitude of counselors there is safety. Wisdom is too high for a fool. He opens not his mouth in the gate. He that devises to do evil shall be called a mischievous person. The thought of foolishness is sin, and the scorner is an abomination to man. If thou faintest in the day of adversity, thy strength is small. If thou forbear to deliver them that are drawn into death, and those that are ready to be slain, if thou sayest, behold, we knew it not, does not he that ponders the heart consider it? And he that keep thy soul, does not he know it? And shall not he render to every man according to his works? It also tells us one more time in the book of Proverbs, if we take a look at the 29th division of Proverbs, and let's pick up at the very first verse, and we will end at the 13th verse. Thus it reads, he that bring often, or he that being often reproved, hardens his neck. They're going to do it the way they want to do it, shall certainly be destroyed, and that without remedy. When the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. But when the wicked bear rule, the people mourn, as it is this day. Whoso love wisdom rejoices his father, but he that keep company with harlots spend his substance. The king by judgment establish the land, but he that receive gifts overthrow it. A man that flatters his neighbor spreads a net for his feet. And the transgression of an evil man, there is a snare. But the righteous does sing and rejoice. The righteous considers the cause of the poor, but the wicked regards not to know it. Scornful men bring a city into a snare, but wise men turn away wrath. If a wise man contend with a foolish man, whether he rage or laugh, there is no rest. The bloodthirsty hate the upright, but the just seeks his soul. A fool utters all his mind, but a wise man keep it in till afterwards. If a ruler hearken to lies, all his servants are wicked. And the last verse that we will read is the 13th verse, and it tells us by way of wisdom, the poor and the deceitful men meet together. Yahweh lightens both their eyes. It also tells us in the book of wisdom, which is called the book of Ecclesiastics, if we all turn there, please. And let's take a look at the 9th chapter. And let's read the 13th verse to the 18th verse, dealing with wisdom and foolishness. For it tells us in the 13th verse of the 9th chapter of Ecclesiastes these great words. And it reads, "This wisdom have I seen also under the sun, and it seemed great unto me. There was a little city, and few men within it. And there came a great king against it, and besieged it, and built great bulwarks against it. Now there was found in it a poor wise man, and he by his wisdom delivered the city. Yet no man remembered that same poor man. Then said I, wisdom is better than strength. Nevertheless, the poor man's wisdom is despised, and his words are not heard. The words of wise men are heard in quiet more than the cry of him that rule among fools. Wisdom is better than weapons of war, but one sinner destroys much good. So we're going to take these words of warning from wisdom and apply them to this great presentation, which is called the review of the memorial of the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Thus, it tells us in the book of Jeremiah, if we all turn there, please. Jeremiah, the 9th chapter. And it tells us in Jeremiah, the 9th chapter, if we take a look at the 23rd verse, and we will read to the 26th verse, and it reads, "Thus said Yahweh, let not the wise man glory in his wisdom, neither let the mighty man glory in his might. Let not the rich man glory in his riches, but let him that glory in this, that he understand and know me, that I am Yahweh, which exercise loving kindness, judgment, and righteousness in the earth. For in these things I delight, said Yahweh. Behold, the days come, said Yahweh, that I will punish all them which are circumcised with the uncircumcised. Egypt and Yehudah and Edom and the children of Ammon and Moab and all that are in the uttermost corners that dwell in the wilderness. For all these nations are uncircumcised, and all the house of Israel are uncircumcised in the heart. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Ezekiel, the book of Ezekiel, the 33rd chapter. Ezekiel, the 33rd chapter. And it tells us in Ezekiel, the 33rd chapter, if we pick up at the 30th verse, these great words. And it reads, also, thy son of man, the children of thy people still are talking against thee by the walls and in the doors of the houses, and speak one to another, every one to his brother, saying, come, I pray you, and hear what is the word that comes forth from Yahweh. And they come into thee as the people comes, and they sit before thee as my people, and they hear thy words, but they will not do them. For with their mouth they show much love, but their heart goes after their covetousness. And lo, thy art unto them as a very lovely song of one that hath a pleasant voice and can play well on an instrument. For they hear thy words, but they do them not. And when this come to pass, lo, it will come. Then shall they know that a prophet had been among them. We're going to start this great presentation out by reviewing that which was told to our fathers and dealing with the memorial of the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And if we turn our Holy Scriptures to Genesis, the 15th chapter, we will find where this idea of Israel being passed over and brought into freedom comes from. Let us all please turn our scriptures to Genesis, the 15th chapter. For it allows us to know at Genesis, the 15th chapter, that Yahweh made a covenant with our father Abraham. It is known as the Abrahamic covenant. And we will find in this covenant that Abraham was promised a seed. And not just a seed, but seeds that will multiply as the stars of heaven. But not only was he told that he will be a recipient of seeds, but he also was told what will befall his seeds after he died. And what befell his seed denoted the great promise that Yahweh has made with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And that promise was that he will remember his covenant. Thus, it tells us, if we pick up at Genesis, the 15th chapter, and let's start reading at the 13th verse, and it reads in this wise. And he said unto Abram, know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge, and afterwards they shall come out with great substance. And thou shalt go to thy father in peace. Thou shalt be buried in a good old age. But in the fourth generation they shall come hiter again, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full. And it came to pass that when the sun went down and it was dark, behold, a smoking furnace and a burning lamp that passed between those pieces. And the same day Yahweh made a covenant with Abram, saying, and to thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt, and to the great river, the river Euphrates, the Kenites, and the Kenzites, and the Kidmonites, and the Hittites, and the Perizzites, and the Rephusites, and the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Gershites, and the Jebusites. So it allows us to know the great geographical location that Yahweh has made a covenant with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob to give them. Thus, what we're about to read comes from this great words of promise that Yahweh would, as it read again in the 14th verse, and also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge, and afterward shall they come out free with great substance. Thus, let us please turn our Holy Scriptures to Exodus. Well, before we go to Exodus, let's read one more place where this great promise is denoted that Yahweh will hear their cry, see their affliction, and come visit them out of the rigorous servitude that they find themselves in a land that is not theirs. Thus, it tells us in the book of Genesis, the 50th chapter, the last chapter of the book of Genesis. Let us please go there, please. And it tells us in Genesis, the 50th chapter, if we pick up at the 24th verse, Genesis 50 and 24. And it reads, and Joseph said unto his brethren, I die, and Elohim will surely visit you, and bring you out of this land, into the land which he sware to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. And Joseph took an oath of the children of Israel, saying, Yahweh will surely visit you, and ye shall carry up my bones from thence. So Joseph died, being 110 years old, and they embalmed him, and he was put in a coffin in Egypt. Thus it tells us in the book of Exodus. If we take a look at the 2nd chapter and pick up at the 23rd verse of the 2nd chapter of Exodus, and we find these great words of promise. For it tells us in Exodus, the 2nd chapter, the 23rd verse to the 25th verse, and it reads, and it came to pass in process of time that the king of Egypt died, and the children of Israel sighed by reason of the bondage. And they cried, and their cry came up into Yahweh by reason of the bondage. And Yahweh heard their groanings, and Yahweh remembered his covenant with Abraham, with Isaac, and with Jacob. And Yahweh looked upon the children of Israel, and Yahweh had respect unto them. Thus, the 3rd chapter reads, if we pick up at the 6th verse, and we will read to the 10th verse, and it reads, moreover, he said, I am Yahweh of thy fathers, the Elohim of Abraham, the Elohim of Isaac, and the Elohim of Yaakov. And Moses hid his face, for he was afraid to look upon Yahweh. And Yahweh said, I have surely seen the affliction of my people, which are in Egypt, and have heard their cry by reason of their taskmasters, for I know their sorrows. And I am come down to deliver them out of the hand of the Egyptians, and to bring them up out of that land, and to a good land, and a large, and to a land flowing with milk and honey, and to the place of the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites. Now, therefore, behold, the cry of the children of Israel is come into me. And I have also seen the oppression wherewith the Egyptians oppressed them. The last verse that I will read, the 10th verse. Come now, therefore, and I will send thee into Pharaoh, that thou mayest bring forth my people, the children of Israel, out of Egypt. Thus it tells us in the 4th chapter of Exodus, if we pick up at the 22nd verse. Exodus, the 4th chapter, the 22nd verse, and we will read to the 24th verse. And it reads, and Yahweh shall say unto Pharaoh, it reads again, and thou shalt say unto Pharaoh, thus said Yahweh, Israel is my son, even my firstborn. And I say unto thee, let my son go, that he may serve me. And if thou refuse to let him go, that he may serve me, behold, I will slay thy son, even thy firstborn. Thus it tells us, if we take a look at the 11th chapter of Exodus. Let us start at the 11th chapter of Exodus. And it tells us in the 11th chapter of Exodus, if we pick up at the very first verse, we are reviewing the memorial of the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Thus it tells us in Exodus, the 11th chapter, the very first verse, and Yahweh said unto Moses, yet will I bring one plague more upon Pharaoh and upon Egypt. Afterwards he will let you go. When he shall let you go, he shall surely thrust you out thence or hence altogether. Speak now in the ear of the people, and let every man borrow of his neighbor, and every woman of her neighbor, jewels of silver and jewels of gold. And Yahweh gave the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians. Moreover, the man Moses was very great in the land of Egypt, in the sight of Pharaoh's servants, and in the sight of the people. And Moses said, thus said Yahweh, about midnight will I go out into the midst of Egypt, and all the firstborn in the land of Egypt shall die. From the firstborn of Pharaoh that sitteth upon his throne, even into the firstborn of the maid servants that is behind the mill, and all the firstborn of beasts. And there shall be a great cry throughout all the land of Egypt, such as there was none like it, nor shall be like it anymore. But against any of the children of Israel shall not a dog move his tongue against man or beast, that ye may know how that Yahweh does make a distinction between the Egyptians and Israel. And all these thy servants shall come down into me, and bow down themselves into me, saying, get thee out, and all the people that follow thee. And after that will go out. And he went out from Pharaoh in a great anger. And Yahweh said unto Moses, Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that my wonders may be multiplied in the land of Egypt. And Moses and Aaron did all these wonders before Pharaoh. And Yahweh hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let the children of Israel go out of his land. The 12th chapter, the first verse. And it reads, And Yahweh spake unto Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, saying, This month shall be unto you the beginning of months. It shall be the beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year to you. Speak ye unto all the congregation of Israel, saying, In the 10th day of this month they shall take to them every man a lamb according to the house of their fathers, a lamb for a house. And note, a lamb according to the house of their fathers, a lamb for an house. And if the household be too little for the lamb, let him and his neighbor next into his house take it according to the number of the souls. Every man according to his eating shall make your count for the lamb. Your lamb shall be without blemish, a male of the first year. Ye shall take it out from the sheep or from the goats. And ye shall keep it up until the 14th day of the same month. And the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel shall kill it in the evening. And they shall take of the blood and strike it on the two side posts and on the upper doorposts of the houses, wherein they shall eat it. And they shall eat the flesh in that night, roast with fire, and unleavened bread, and with bitter herbs they shall eat it. Eat not of it raw, nor boiled at all with water, but roast with fire, his head with his legs, and with the pudence thereof. And ye shall let nothing of it, please take note of the instructions, remain until the morning. And that which remains of it until the morning ye shall burn with fire. And thus shall you eat it, with your lion's grid, your shoes on your feet, and your staff in your hand. And ye shall eat it in haste. It is Yahweh's Passover. For I will pass through the land of Egypt this night, and will smite all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both man and beast, and against all the gods of Egypt. I will execute judgment. I am Yahweh, as the Almighty said in Genesis that he would. And the blood shall be to you for a token upon the houses where ye are. And when I see, please take note of the Passover, the blood I will pass over you, and the plagues shall not be upon you, to destroy you when I smite the land of Egypt. It tells us by way of instructions, and this day shall be unto you for a memorial. It tells us, and ye shall keep it a feast unto Yahweh throughout your generation. So it allows us to know, after the Israelites received those great instructions of how to prepare the sacrifice, it told us again in the 14th verse, and this day shall be unto you for a memorial, and ye shall keep it a feast. So not only was you to remember or commemorate, but you was also to keep it a feast unto Yahweh throughout your generations. Ye shall keep it a feast by an ordinance, by these instructions forever. 7 days shall you eat unleavened bread, even the first day that you prepared the Passover. For we read in the 8th verse, and they shall eat the flesh in that night, roast with fire and unleavened bread, and with bitter herbs they shall eat it. Thus it reads again in the 15th verse of the 12th chapter of Exodus, 7 days shall you eat unleavened bread. Even the first day ye shall put away leaven out of your houses. For whosoever eat leavened bread from the first day until the 7th day, that soul shall be cut off from Israel. And in the first day there shall be an holy convocation. And in the 7th day there shall be an holy convocation to you. No manner of work shall be done in them, because they denote a Sabbath, it reads, save that which every man must eat, and only may be done of you. And ye shall observe the feast of unleavened bread, for in this selfsame day have I brought your armies out of the land of Egypt. So it allows us to know that once Israel did those great acts, they came out of Egypt. They did not do those great acts and went back to work Monday, but instead they did those great acts, and they went out of the land of Egypt. Thus the 17th verse reads again, and you shall observe the feast of unleavened bread, for in this selfsame day have I brought your armies out of the land of Egypt. Therefore, the reason why shall ye observe this day in your generations by an ordinance forever. In the first month, on the 14th day of the month at even, ye shall eat unleavened bread until the 120th day of the month at even. 7 days shall there be no leaven found in your houses. For whosoever eat that which is leavened, even that soul shall be cut off from the congregation of Israel, whether he be a stranger or born in the land of Israel. Or it should read, born in the land of Canaan. Ye shall eat nothing leavened in all your habitations. Shall ye not, or shall ye eat unleavened bread? Then Moses called for all the elders of Israel and said unto them, draw out and take you a lamb according to your families, and kill the Passover. And ye shall take a bunch of hyssop and dip it in the blood that is in the basin, and strike the lintel and the 2 side posts with the blood that is in the basin. And none of you shall go out at the door of his house until the morning. For Yahweh will pass through to smite the Egyptians. And when he see the blood upon the lintel and on the 2 side posts, Yahweh will pass over the door and will not suffer the destroyer to come in into your houses to smite you. And ye shall observe this thing for an ordinance to thee and to thy sons forever. And it shall come to pass, when ye be come to the land which Yahweh will give you, please take note of the instructions, according as he hath promised, that ye shall keep this service. Let me read this one more time, because today, in this great review, we are making a distinction between what our fathers would have done if they found themselves in their own land under the covenant of the law, compared to what we are doing this day in captivity. It tells us again in the 25th verse, and it shall come to pass, when ye be come to the land of promise, which Yahweh will give you, according as he hath promised, that ye shall keep this service. So again, it allows us to know that this service, that this memorial, that these ordinances was commanded to be done in the land once you get in that great land. The 26th verse reads, And it shall come to pass, when your children shall say unto you, what means ye by this service? That ye shall say, it is the sacrifice of Yahweh's Passover. And today, you're not saying these words to your children, because if you do, you will be lying, because there is no sacrifice made nor accepted in your enemy's land. We was just instructed that it shall come to pass when ye come to the land which Yahweh will give you, according as he hath promised, that ye shall keep this service. No other place. The 27th verse reads, that ye shall say honestly to your children, it is the sacrifice of Yahweh's Passover, who passed over the houses of the children of Israel in Egypt, when he smote the Egyptians and delivered our houses, and the people bowed the head and worshipped. And the children of Israel went away and did as Yahweh had commanded Moses and Aaron. So did they. And it came to pass that at midnight Yahweh smote all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sat upon his throne, and to the firstborn of the captive that was in the dungeon, and all the firstborn of cattle. And Pharaoh rose up in the night, he and all his servants, and all the Egyptians, and there was a great cry in Egypt. For there was not an house where there was not one dead. And he called for Moses and Aaron by night, and said, rise up and get you forth from among my people, both ye and the children of Israel, and go serve Yahweh as ye have said. Also take your flocks and your herds as you have said, and be gone and bless me also. And the Egyptians was urgent upon the people that they might send them out of the land in haste. For they said, we be all dead men. And the people took their dough before it was leavened, their kneeling trough being bound up in their clothes upon their shoulders. And the children of Israel did according to the word of Moses. And they borrowed of the Egyptians jewels of silver and jewels of gold and raiment. And Yahweh gave the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians, so that they lent into them such things as they required, and they spoiled the Egyptians. And the children of Israel journeyed from Ramses to Succoth, about 600,000 on foot, that were men besides children, and a mixed multitude went up also with them, and flocks and herds, even very much cattle. And they baked unleavened cakes of the dough which they brought forth out of Egypt. For it was not leavened, because they were thrust out of Egypt, and could not tarry, neither had they prepared for themselves any victuals. Thus it tells us in the 40th verse, now the sojourning of the children of Israel who dwelt in Egypt was 430 years. And it came to pass at the end of the 430 years, even the self same day, it came to pass that all the hosts of Yahweh went out from the land of Egypt. It is, Israel, a night to be much observed unto Yahweh, for bringing them out from the land of Egypt. This is that night of Yahweh to be observed of all the children of Israel in their generations. And Yahweh said unto Moses and Aaron, this is the ordinance of the Passover. There shall no stranger eat thereof, but every man's servant that is brought for money, when thou hast circumcised him, then shall he eat thereof. A foreigner and an hired servant shall not eat thereof. In one house shall it be eaten. Thou shalt not carry forth aught of the flesh abroad out of the house, neither shall ye break a bone thereof. All the congregation of Israel shall keep it. And when a stranger shall sojourn with thee, and will keep the Passover to Yahweh, let all his males be circumcised, and then let him come near and keep it. And he shall be as one that is born. And why should he be one that is born in the land? Because Israel was commanded, once they got in the land of Canaan, to keep this memorial forever. Thus it reads, dealing with the stranger that sojourn with thee and will keep the Passover to Yahweh, let all his males be circumcised, and then let him come near and keep it. And he shall be as one that is born in the land. For no uncircumcised person shall eat thereof. But we just read in Jeremiah 9 how Israel was circumcised or not circumcised with the uncircumcised, as we are today in the land of our enemies. Well, at that time, they could not keep the Passover. For in these great instructions dealing with the stranger that sojourned among us and had the desire after he had been circumcised to keep the Passover, it tells us again in the last sentence of the 48th verse, and he shall be as one that is born in the land. For no uncircumcised person shall eat thereof. Eat of the sacrifice of Yahweh. The 49th verse reads, one law shall be to him that is homeborn, and to the stranger that sojourn among you. And he is sojourning among you in your own homeland. Thus did all the children of Israel, as Yahweh commanded Moses and Aaron, so did they. And that is the only Passover that Yahweh will accept. And it came to pass the selfsame day that Yahweh did bring the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt by their armies. It also tells us in the 13th chapter, if we pick up at the very first verse and read to the 10th verse concerning the Feast of Unleavened Bread, and it reads, And Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, Sanctify unto me all the firstborn, whatsoever open the womb. And note this ordinance, and it has everything to do with the Passover. And this is a ordinance that when we make a distinction of what Yahweh has said and what our brothers and sisters are doing today, this is never brought up, nor is it done. But it has everything to do with the Feast of Unleavened Bread and the Passover. Thus it reads in the second verse, Sanctify unto me all the firstborn, whatsoever open the womb among the children of Israel, both of man and of beast, it is mine. And Moses said unto the people, Remember this day in which ye came out from Egypt, out of the house of bondage. For they stripped, for by strength of hand Yahweh brought you out from this place. There shall no leavened bread be eaten. This day came ye out in the month Abib, and it shall be when Yahweh, please take note of the instructions, Israel. And it shall be when Yahweh shall bring thee into the land of the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, which he sware unto thy fathers to give thee, a land flowing with milk and honey, that thou shalt keep this service in this month, in this season. 7 days shall thou eat unleavened bread, and in the 7th day shall be a feast unto Yahweh. Unleavened bread shall be eaten 7 days, and there shall no leavened bread be seen with thee. Neither shall there be leaven seen with thee in all thy quarters. And thou shalt show thy son in that day, saying, This is done because of that which Yahweh did unto me when I came forth out of Egypt. And it shall be for a sign unto thee upon thy hand, and for a memorial between thy eyes. And what is found between your eyes? Your brain. That Yahweh law may be in thy mouth, for with a strong hand have Yahweh brought thee out of Egypt. The last verse that I will read is the 10th verse, and it reads, Thou shalt therefore keep this ordinance in his season from year to year. And I'm going to go ahead and read the rest of this because I made a bold statement dealing with the first son, the firstling belonging into Yahweh, and why they belong into Yahweh is because of what Moses had to go tell Pharaoh, and that was, let my son go. If not, I will destroy your firstborn sons. So since Yahweh destroyed their firstborn sons and did not destroy the Israelite firstborn sons, the Almighty told Israel by way of law and testimony these great words that we find starting at the 11th verse, and we will read to the 15th verse, and it reads, and it shall be when Yahweh, and note when this thing is to happen, and it shall be when Yahweh shall bring thee into the land of the Canaanites, as he sware unto thee and to thy fathers, and shall give it thee, that thou shalt set apart unto Yahweh all that opens the metric, and every firstling that come of a beast which thou hast, the males shall be Yahweh's, and every firstling of an ass thou shalt redeem with a lamb. And if thou wilt not redeem it, then thou shalt break its neck, and all the firstborn of man among thy children shall thou redeem. And it shall be when thy son asks thee in time to come, saying, what is this? That thou shalt say unto him, by strength of hand Yahweh brought us out from Egypt, from the house of bondage. And it came to pass, when Pharaoh would hardly let us go, that Yahweh slew all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both the firstborn of man and the firstborn of beasts. Therefore I sacrifice to Yahweh all that opens the metric, being males, but all the firstborn of my children I redeemed. And it shall be for a token, a sign upon thy hand, and for frontlets between thy eyes, for by strength of hand Yahweh alone brought us forth out of Egypt. And he did this with a great salvation. Thus it tells us in the 14th chapter of Exodus, if we pick up at the first verse, and let's read to the 14th verse, or the 14th verse, and it reads, and Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, that they turn and encamp before Pi-Hahiroth, between Magog and the sea, over against Baal-zephon. Before it shall ye encamp by the sea. For Pharaoh will say of the children of Israel, they are entangled in the land. The wilderness has shut them in, And I will harden Pharaoh's heart, that he shall follow after them. And I will be honored upon Pharaoh and upon all his hosts, that the Egyptians may know that I am Yahweh. And they did so. And it was told the king of Egypt that the people fled, and the heart of Pharaoh and his servants were turned against the people. And they said, why have we done this, that we have let Israel go from serving us? And he made ready his chariots and took his people with him. And he took 600 chosen chariots, and all the chariots of Egypt, and captains over every one of them. And Yahweh hardened the heart of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and he pursued after the children of Israel. And the children of Israel went out with an high hand, but the Egyptians pursued after them. All the horses and chariots of Pharaoh and his horsemen and his army, and overtook them encamping by the sea besides Pi-hahiroth before Baal-zephon. And when Pharaoh drew nigh, the children of Israel lifted up their eyes, and behold, the Egyptians marched after them. And they were so afraid. And the children of Israel cried out unto Yahweh. And they said unto Moses, because there were no graves in Egypt, hast thou taken us away to die in the wilderness? Wherefore hast thou dealt thus with us, to carry us forth out of Egypt? Is not this the word that we did tell thee in Egypt, saying, let us alone, that we may serve the Egyptians? For it had been better for us to serve the Egyptians than that we should die in the wilderness. Thus it is read and said in the 13th verse, and Moses said unto the people, fear ye not, stand still and see the salvation of Yahweh, which he alone will show to you today. For the Egyptians whom ye have seen today, ye shall see them again no more forever. The last verse that I will read is the 14th verse. Thus it says, Yahweh shall fight for you, and ye shall hold your peace. Thus it tells us in the 15th chapter of Exodus, a song of victory sung by Moses and the Israelites, and the song went according to this wise. If we pick up at the first verse of Exodus, the 15th chapter, and we will read to the 21st verse, and it reads, thus sang Moses and the children of Israel this song unto Yahweh, and speak, saying, I will sing unto Yahweh, for he hath trampled gloriously the horse, and his rider have he thrown into the sea. And note this song was not sung in Egypt, but it was sung in the wilderness when they found themselves free from servitude and affliction. Yahweh is my strength and song, and he is become, please take note, my salvation. He is my Elohim, and I will prepare him an habitation, my father's Elohim, and I will exalt him. Yahweh is a man of war. Yahweh is his name. Pharaoh chariots and his hosts have he cast into the sea. His chosen captains also are drowned in the Red Sea. The depths have covered them. They sank into the bottom as a stone. Thy right hand, Yahweh, is become glorious in power. Thy right hand, Yahweh, hath dashed in pieces the enemy. And in the greatness of thy excellency, thy hast overthrown them that rose up against thee. Thy sendest forth thy wrath, which consumed them as stubble. And with the blast of thy nostrils, the waters were gathered together. The flood stood upright as an heap, and the depths were congealed in the heart of the sea. The enemy said, I will pursue, I will overtake, I will divide the spoil. My lust shall be satisfied upon them. I will draw out my sword, my hand shall destroy them. Thou did blow with thy wind, the sea covered them, they sunk as lead in the mighty waters. Who is like unto thee, Yahweh, among the deities? Who is like unto thee, glorious in holiness, fearful in praise, doing wonders? Thy stretches out thy right hand, the earth swallowed them. Thy in thy mercy has led forth the people, which thy has redeemed. Thou hast guided them in thy strength, and to thy holy habitation. The people shall hear and be afraid. Sorrow shall take hold on the inhabitants of Palestine. Then the dupes of Edom shall be amazed. The mighty men of Moab, trembling, shall take hold upon them. All the inhabitants of Canaan shall melt away. Fear and dread shall fall upon them. By the greatness of thy arm they shall be as steel as a stone, till thy people pass over. Yahweh, till the people pass over, which thou hast purchased. Thou shalt bring them in, and plant them in the mountains of thy inheritance, in the place, O Yahweh, which thou hast made for thee to dwell in the sanctuary of Yahweh, which thy hands have established. Yahweh shall reign forever and ever. And Miriam's song ends dealing with the 19th verse to the 21st verse, and is wise. For the horse of Pharaoh went in with his chariots, and with his horsemen into the sea. And Yahweh brought again the waters of the sea upon them. But the children of Israel went on dry land in the midst of the sea. And Miriam, the prophetess, the sister of Aaron, took a timbrel in her hand, and all the women went out after her with timbrels and with dances. And Miriam answered them, Sing ye to Yahweh, for he alone hath trampled gloriously the horse, and his rider have he thrown into the sea. Hallelujah. Thus it tells us, if we pick up at the 23rd chapter of Exodus, the 23rd chapter of Exodus, and given this great review, it tells us in Exodus, the 23rd chapter, if we pick up at the 14th verse, and what we find in this 23rd chapter is 3 festivals that is commanded to be done each year. And it tells us, if we pick up at the 14th verse and read to the 18th verse, these great words. 3 times thou shalt keep a feast unto me in the year. Thou shalt keep the feast of unleavened bread. Thou shalt eat unleavened bread 7 days, as I commanded thee, in the time appointed of the month, Abib. For in it thou camest out from Egypt. And none shall appear before me empty. And the feast of harvest, the first fruits of thy labors, which thou hast sown in the field, and the feast of ingathering, which is in the end of the year, when thou hast gathered in thy labors out of the field. 3 times in the year all thy males shall appear before Yahweh Elohim. Thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread, neither shall the fat of my sacrifice remain until the morning. It also tells us, if we take a look at the 34th chapter of Exodus, the 34th chapter of Exodus, and it allows us to know in this review, if we pick up at the 10th verse, these great words. And he said, Behold, I will make a covenant before all thy people. I will do marvelous or marvels, such as have not been done in all the earth, nor in any nation. And all the people among which thou art shall see the work of Yahweh. For it is a terrible thing that I will do with thee. Observe thy that which I command thee, and that only this day. Behold, I drive out before thee the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Hittite, and the Perizzite, and the Hivite, and the Jebusite. Take heed to thyself, lest I make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land, whither thou goes, lest it be for a snare in the midst of thee. But ye shall destroy their altars, break their images, and cut down their groves. For thou shalt worship no other God, for Yahweh, whose name is jealous, is a jealous Elohim. Lest I make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land, and they go a-whoring after their gods, and do sacrifice unto their gods, and one call thee, and thou eat of his sacrifice, and thou take of their daughters, and to thy sons, and their daughters go a-whoring after their gods, and make thy sons go a-whoring after their gods. Thou shalt make thee no molten gods. It tells us in the 18th verse, the feast of unleavened bread shall thou keep 7 days. Thou shalt eat unleavened bread, as I commanded thee, in the time of the month of Abib. For in the month of Abib thou camest out of Egypt. It continues to read, all that open the metric is mine, and every firstling among the cattle, whether ox or sheep, that is male. But the firstlings of an ass thou shalt redeem with a lamb. And if thou redeem him not, then shall thou break his neck. All the firstborn of thy sons thou shalt redeem, and none shall appear before me empty. 6 days shalt thou work, but on the 7th day thou shalt rest. In earing time and in harvest thou shalt rest. And thou shalt observe the feast of weeks, of the first fruits of wheat harvest, and the feast of ingathering at the year ends. 3 times in the year shall all your men children appear before Yahweh Elohim, the Elohim of Israel. For I will cast out the nations before thee, and enlarge thy borders. Neither shall any man desire thy land, when thou shalt go up to appear before Yahweh thy Elohim twice or thrice 3 times in the year. Thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leaven, neither shall the sacrifice of the feast of the Passover be left into the morning. The first of thy first fruits of thy hand thou shalt bring into the house of Yahweh thy Elohim. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Leviticus, the book of Leviticus, the 23rd chapter. And it tells us in the book of Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, if we pick up at the 1st verse and read to the 8th verse, these great words. And as we can see, Yahweh changes not. He say what he mean, and he mean what he says. And there is no other way that you can do what Yahweh has said, and it will be accepted. For Yahweh changes not. Thus, we find in the third book of the law, which is called Leviticus, and the 23rd division of Leviticus, these great ordinances, statutes, and instructions. Thus it reads in the very first verse, and Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them concerning the feasts of Yahweh, which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocations. And there has never been a holy convocation done among your enemies. A holy convocation denote Israel being holy. Thus it reads in the second verse, speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them concerning the feasts of Yahweh, which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocations. Even these are my feasts. 6 days shall work be done, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of rest, and holy convocation. Ye shall do no work therein. It is the Sabbath of Yahweh in all your dwellings. These are the feasts of Yahweh, even holy convocations. And please take note of this holy convocation. This holy convocation was only done in all of your dwellings, not wherever you are at, but only in your holy dwellings. As it reads in the fourth verse, these are the feasts of Yahweh, even holy convocations, which ye shall proclaim in their seasons. And we are proclaiming it today because the season have come upon us, and we are making a distinction and proclaiming to all Israel that the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread and any other feast of Yahweh were always holy convocations, and they were always commanded to be done in your holy dwellings. Thus, the fifth verse reads, in the 14th day of the first month at even is Yahweh's Passover. And on the 15th day of the same month is the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And to Yahweh 7 days ye shall eat unleavened bread. And the first day ye shall have an holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work, but ye shall offer an offering made by fire. And to Yahweh 7 days, and the seventh day is an holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work therein. It also continued to tell us in this great review, going chronological order, if we take a look in the fourth book of the law, which is named the book of Numbers. Let us please turn to the 9th division of Numbers. For we will find that Yahweh has made a provision for the Israelites that is unclean, because a provision had to be made. For you cannot keep an holy convocation if you are not holy, if you are unclean. Thus we find in the 4th book of the law, in the book of Numbers, the 9th chapter, if we all turn there, please. And let's pick up at the very first verse. For here is another book and another chapter that deals with the Passover. And it tells us in Numbers, the 9th chapter, if we pick up at the very first verse, these great words. And it reads, And Yahweh spake unto Moses in the wilderness of Sinai, not in their captivity, but during the time of their freedom, going to the land of promise, where all is commanded to be done. It says, And Yahweh spake unto Moses in the wilderness of Sinai in the first month. Please take note when this occurred. Of the 2nd year after they were come out of the land of Egypt. Let the children of Israel also keep the Passover at his appointed season. And this is not a suggestion. This is a command that Yahweh commanded Moses to tell Israel while they were in the wilderness with Yahweh. So this would never been done in the enemy's land. Yahweh did not make a provision for Israel to keep the Passover in the enemy's land, clean or unclean. Thus it reads in the 2nd verse, Let the children of Israel also keep the Passover at his appointed season. In the 14th day of this month at even, ye shall keep it in his appointed season, according to all. And note, the memorial was something that you kept. You didn't just think about it. You didn't just call it to mind, but you also act. It is the day of Yahweh's sacrifice. Thus it reads again in the 3rd verse, In the 14th day of this month at even, ye shall keep it in his appointed season, according to all the rights, all the ordinances, all the statutes of it, and according to all the ceremonies thereof shall ye keep it. And Moses spake unto the children of Israel that they should keep the Passover. And they kept the Passover on the 14th day of the 1st month at even in the wilderness of Sinai, being free and under the covenant of the law, according to all that Yahweh commanded Moses. So did the children of Israel. And there were certain men who were defiled by the dead body of a man, that they could not keep the Passover on that day. And they came before Moses and before Aaron on that day. And those men said unto him, we are defiled by the dead body of a man. Wherefore are we kept back? Because you're not clean, because you find yourself not holy at this time, being defiled. So the question is, why can't we keep it? It reads, that we may not offer an offering of Yahweh in his appointed season among the children of Israel. And the question is asked or answered. And Moses said unto them, stand still. I'm not going to be right in my own eyes. I'm not going to be a respected person. I'm not going to act like I don't understand the instructions thereof. Thus it tells us in the 8th verse, and Moses said unto them, stand still, and I will hear what Yahweh will command, not suggest, but will command concerning you being unholy, or concerning you being unclean, being defiled by a dead body. And Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, saying, if any man of you or of your prosperity, your babies, shall be unclean by reason of a dead body, or be in a journey afar off, yet he shall keep the Passover unto Yahweh, the 14th day of the 2nd month, not the 14th day of Abib, but the 14th day of the 2nd month at evening. They that is defiled, they that is unclean, shall keep it, and they that find themselves on a long journey shall keep it and eat it based on the same ordinances with unleavened bread and bitter herbs. They shall leave none of it until the morning, during the 2nd month of the 14th day, nor break any bone of it. According to all the ordinances of the Passover, they shall keep it. But the man that find himself under the covenant of the law and the land of promise, it says, but the man that is clean and is not in a journey and forbear to keep the Passover, even that same soul shall be cut off from among his people. Why? Because he brought not the offering of Yahweh in his appointed season. That man shall bear his sin. And remember what we read in the words of wisdom. The thought of foolishness, the thought of doing it any other way than what is instructed is sin. It tells us, and if a stranger shall sojourn among you and will keep the Passover and to Yahweh according to the ordinances of the Passover and according to the manner thereof, so shall he do. Ye shall have one ordinance, one law, both for the stranger and for him that was born in the land of promise. So it allows us to know that Yahweh changes not, even though he make provision, and the provision was made for one that find himself unclean. It allows us to know Yahweh made no exceptions for his people being unclean in the land of their captivity. But he has made an exception for those that is unclean under the covenant of the law. It tells us, if we pick up in the 5th book of the law, which is the book of Deuteronomy. And I would like for the listening audience to turn to the 16th chapter of Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy, the 16th chapter. And it reads in Deuteronomy, the 16th chapter, the 5th book of the law, if we pick up at the very first verse. And please mind you that the book of Deuteronomy denotes the 40th year of the Israelites wandering in the wilderness. And it will allow us to know, like it just allowed us to know in the book of Numbers, a year later, Yahweh changes not, nor 40 years later does Yahweh change. Thus, we read in Deuteronomy, the 16th chapter, the very first verse, these great words. Observe the month of Abib, and keep the Passover unto Yahweh thy Elohim. For in the month of Abib, Yahweh thy Elohim brought thee forth out of Egypt by might. Thou shalt therefore sacrifice the Passover unto Yahweh thy Elohim of the flock and of the herd in the place which Yahweh shall choose to place his name there. Thou shalt eat no leavened bread with it. 7 days shalt thou eat unleavened bread therewith, even the bread of affliction. For thou camest forth out of the land of Egypt in haste, that thou mayest remember the day when thou camest forth out of the land of Egypt, all the days of thy life. And there shall be no leavened bread seen with thee. And note that Israel was going to find themselves in the land of promise, free. And they were to observe this feast by an ordinance forever, once a year. And this feast and this ordinance reminded them that in this day they came forth out of the land of Egypt. So your memorial was to denote freedom in a land that you find yourself free, not in a land of captivity. The Almighty didn't tell Israel, wherever you find yourself, to do this thing, and it would be done, that you may remember the day when thou came forth out of the land of Egypt. He commanded Israel to do that in the land of freedom, in the land that he promised Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Thus the 4th verse reads, and there shall be no leavened bread seen with thee. Wherever you at? Absolutely not. In all thy coasts 7 days. Neither shall there anything of the flesh which thou sacrifice the first day at evening remain all night until the morning. Thou mayest not sacrifice the Passover within any of thy gates, which Yahweh thy Elohim give thee, but at the place which Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose to place his name in, there thou shalt sacrifice the Passover. At even, at the going down of the sun, at the season that thou came forth out of Egypt. And thou shalt roast, not boil, not fried, but thou shalt roast and eat it in the place which Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose. And thou shalt turn in the morning and go into thy tents. The 8th verse reads, 6 days shall thou eat unleavened bread, and on the 7th day shall be a solemn assembly to Yahweh thy Elohim. Thou shalt do no work therein. 7 weeks shall thy number unto thee. Begin to number the 7 weeks from such time as thou begin to put the shekel to the corn. And thou shalt keep the feast of weeks unto Yahweh thy Elohim, with a tribute of a free will offering of thy hand, which thou shalt give unto Yahweh thy Elohim, according as Yahweh thy Elohim hath blessed thee. And you will only find that in your fields. And thou shalt rejoice before Yahweh thy Elohim, thou and thy son, and thy daughter, and thy handmaid, or thy manservant, and the maidservant, and the Levite that is within thy gates, and the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow that are among you, in the place which Yahweh thy Elohim hath chosen to place his name there. And thou shalt remember, thus it is a memorial. And thou shalt remember that thou was a bondman in Egypt. And thou shalt observe to do these statutes. Thou shalt observe the Feast of Tabernacles 7 days after that thou hast gathered in thy corn and thy wine. And thou shalt rejoice in thy feast, thy and thy son, and thy daughter, and thy manservant, and thy maidservant, and the Levite, the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow that are within thy gates. 7 days shall thou keep a solemn feast unto Yahweh thy Elohim in the place which Yahweh shall choose, because Yahweh thy Elohim shall bless thee in all thy increase, and in all the works of thy hand. Therefore thou shalt surely rejoice. 3 times in a year shall all thy males appear before Yahweh thy Elohim in the place which he shall choose, in the feast of unleavened bread, and in the feast of weeks, and in the feast of tabernacles, and they shall not appear before Yahweh empty. Every man shall give as he is able, according to the blessings of Yahweh thy Elohim, which he hath given thee. It also tells us, if we go back a little and take a look at the 12th chapter of Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter of Deuteronomy. Let us all turn to Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter, and we will pick up at the 5th verse. I need 1 second, please. It tells us, Israel, in the 5th book of the law, which is called Deuteronomy, in the 12th chapter, if we pick up at the 5th verse and read to the 14th verse, these great words of instructions, and it allows us to know about this special place that Yahweh will place his name among one of your brethren, one of the tribes of the 12 tribes of Israel. And there Yahweh commanded all to be done. Thus it tells us about this special place where they were to worship Yahweh, and it picks up at the 5th verse. I would like to read the 1st verse first and then jump to the 5th verse. It says, these are the statutes and judgments which ye shall observe to do in the land which Yahweh Elohim of thy fathers give thee, to possess it. How long? All the days that you live upon the earth. So as long as you find yourself alive, these instructions was to be done in this great land. And many of you said that y'all are waking up. Many of you are saying that you're alive today. Well, if you are, take heed to the instructions. Thus it reads in the 5th verse. But into the place which Yahweh your Elohim shall choose out of all your tribes to put his name there, even into his habitation shall you seek. Not wherever you at, and tighter thy shall come. And tighter ye shall bring your burnt offerings, and your sacrifices, and your tithes, and heave offerings of your hand, and your vows, and your free will offerings, and the firstlings of your herb, and of your flock. And there ye shall eat before Yahweh your Elohim, And ye shall rejoice in all that ye put your hand into, ye in your households, wherein Yahweh thy Elohim hath blessed thee. Ye shall not do after all the things that we do here. Note, they are still in the wilderness, but they are being instructed what to do when they get in the land of promise. Thus it reads again in the 8th verse, ye shall not do after all the things that we do here this day in the wilderness. Every man whatsoever is right in his own eyes, for ye are not as yet come to the rest, and to the inheritance all of your dwellings, which Yahweh your Elohim give you. But when you go over Jordan and dwell in the land which Yahweh your Elohim give you to inherit, and when he give you rest from all your enemies round about, so that ye dwell in safety, then and only then there shall be a place which Yahweh your Elohim shall choose to cause his name to dwell there. Tighter shall ye bring all that I command you, your burnt offerings and your sacrifices, your tithes and the heave offering of your hand, and all your choice vows which ye vow unto Yahweh. And ye shall rejoice before Yahweh your Elohim, ye and your sons, and your daughters, and your manservant, and your maidservants, and the Levite that is within your gates, for as much as he have no part nor inheritance with you. Take heed, Israel, to thyself, that thou offer not thy burnt offerings in every place that thou seest, and that will truly include your captivity. But in the place, if we take heed of the instructions, and if we fear Yahweh and depart from evil, we see, but in the place which Yahweh shall choose, in one of thy tribes, there and only there thou shalt offer thy burnt offerings. And the Passover denotes a burnt offering, a sacrifice. And there thou shalt do all, not some, not the best you can, that I command thee. It tells us, if we go back to Exodus and take a look at the 19th chapter, it allows us to know the spiritual connection and condition that was given to Israel to be among the Holy One. And we find in Exodus, the 19th chapter, if we pick up at the 5th verse, Exodus, the 19th chapter, and let's start reading at the 5th verse. And we will read to the 11th verse. Exodus, the 19th chapter, we are picking up at the 5th verse, and we will read to the 11th verse. And it reads, now, therefore, note the spiritual connection and conditions. It says, now, therefore, if ye will obey my voice, indeed, and keep my covenant, then ye shall be a particular treasure. So this, you're not a particular treasure if you're broke, if you have broken the covenant and you have been judged for breaking it. You're not a particular treasure. It says, now therefore, if ye will obey my voice, indeed, and keep my covenant, then ye shall be a particular treasure unto me above all people, for all the earth is mine. And ye shall be unto me a kingdom of priests, and an holy nation. These are the words which thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel. And Moses came and called for the elders of the people, and laid before their faces all these words which Yahweh commanded him. And note, and all the people answered together and said, all, not some. They didn't agree to give Yahweh the benefit of the doubt. It says, all that Yahweh has spoken, we will do. And Moses returned the words of the people unto Yahweh. And Yahweh said unto Moses, lo, I come unto thee in a thick cloud, that the people may hear when I speak with thee, and believe thee forever. And Moses told the words of the people unto Yahweh. And Yahweh said unto Moses, go into the people and sanctify. Look how you are set apart. Look how you are sanctified. Look when you are set apart. And look when you are sanctified. When Yahweh commanded so. Thus it says again in the 10th verse, and Yahweh said unto Moses, go into the people and sanctify them today and tomorrow, and let them wash their clothes and be ready against the third day. For the third day Yahweh will come down in the sight of all the people upon Mount Sinai. Thus it tells us also, if we take a look in the book of Deuteronomy again, Deuteronomy, the 1st chapter. Deuteronomy, the 1st chapter, which again denotes the 40th year of the Israelite wanderings. And it tells us, if we pick up at the 6th verse and read to the 18th verse, these great words. Deuteronomy, the 1st chapter, the 6th verse to the 18th verse. And it reads, Yahweh our Elohim, let's start at the 5th verse. It says, on this side Jordan, because the Almighty told us once we cross Jordan, on this side Jordan, in the land of Moab, began Moses to declare this law, saying, Yahweh our Elohim speak unto us in Hebrew, saying, Ye have dwelt long enough in this mount. Turn you and take your journey and go to the mount of the Amorites and into all the places night thereinto, in the plain, in the hills, and in the vale, the plains, in the hills, and in the vale, and in the south, and by the seaside, to the land of the Canaanites, and into Lebanon, and to the great river, the river Euphrates. Behold, I have set the land before you. Go in and possess the land which Yahweh sware unto your fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, to give unto them and to their seed after them. And I speak unto you at that time, saying, I am not able to bear you myself alone. Yahweh your Elohim have multiplied you. And behold, ye are this day, as he told Abraham in Genesis 15, as the stars of heaven for multitude. Yahweh Elohim of your fathers make you 1,000 times so many more as ye are, and blessed you as he hath promised you. How can I myself alone bear your cumbrance and your burdens and your strife? Take you wise men and understanding, and know among your tribes, and I will make them rulers over you. And ye shall answer me, and ye answered me, and said, the thing which thou hast spoken is good for us to do. So I took the chief of your tribes, wise men, and known, and made them heads over you, captains over thousands, and captains over hundreds, and captains over 50s, and captains over 10s, and officers among your tribes. And I charged your judges at that time, saying, hear the cause between your brethren, and judge righteously between every man and his brother, and the stranger that is with him. Ye shall not respect persons in judgment, but ye shall hear the small as well as the great. Ye shall not be afraid of the face of men, for the judgment is Yahweh's. And the cause that is too hard for you, bring it into me, and I will hear it. And I commanded you at that time all the things which ye shall do. Thus it tells us in this command, if we take a look at the 8th chapter of Deuteronomy, it tells us, and before we speak on the 8th chapter to see all that Moses had commanded them to do in the 40th year of their wandering, once they crossed over from Jordan, let's start at the 5th chapter. Because the 5th chapter denotes that Moses reiterated the 10 commandments to the children of Israel that he first spoke to them in Exodus, the 20th chapter. Well, in Deuteronomy, the 5th chapter, where we're going to now, before we go to the 8th chapter, is where the Almighty had Moses to reiterate the 10 commandments to the children of Israel on Mount Horeb. And it told them the exact same thing that Moses told them in Exodus 20. Well, it picks up, and this is where I would like to pick up. It tells us in the 22nd verse of the 5th chapter of Deuteronomy these great commands. And it reads, "These words Yahweh speak into your assembly in the mount out of the midst of the fire, of the cloud, and of the thick darkness with a great voice, and he added no more, nor can you." There's not one word that you can add to the ordinances of the Passover or the Feast of Unleavened Bread. It reads, "And he wrote them into tables of stone and delivered them into me. And it came to pass, when you heard the voice out of the midst of the darkness, for the mountain did burn with fire, that they came near unto me, even all the heads of your tribes and your elders. And ye said, Behold, Yahweh our Elohim has showed us his glory and his greatness, and we have heard his voice out of the midst of the fire. We have seen this day that Yahweh does talk with man, and he lives. Now, therefore, why should we die doing it any other way, by disregarding what he said, by not confirming every word? Why should we die? For this great fire will consume us if we hear the voice of Yahweh our Elohim anymore, then we shall die. For who is there of all flesh that have heard the voice of the living Elohim speaking out of the midst of the fire as we have and lived? Go thy near and hear all that Yahweh our Elohim shall say, and speak thy into us, as we are doing today. We are speaking all that is written dealing with the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And our fathers said when they were free that if you did so, we will hear all. We know that they didn't. We know that they rebelled, but we still know that they agreed to all that Yahweh has said. Thus it reads again in the 27th verse, Go thy near and hear all that Yahweh our Elohim shall say. Speak thy into us all that Yahweh our Elohim shall speak into thee, and we, the Israelites, will hear it and do it. And Yahweh heard that. It says, and Yahweh heard the voice of your words when you speak into me. And Yahweh said it to me, I have heard the voice of the words of this people, which they have spoken into thee. They have well said, so you are truly well spoken, and you are truly righteous if you confirm every word and do them. The 29th verse reads, Oh, that there was such an heart in them, which they did not have, that they would fear me and keep all my commandments always, that it might be well with them and with their children forever. Go say unto them, get you into your tents again. But as for thee, stand thy here by me, and I will speak unto thee all the commandments and the statutes, which will denote the feast days, and the judgments, which thou shalt teach them, that they may do them. Please take note where the Sabbath, where the Passover, where the Feast of Unleavened Bread, where the Feast of Tabernacles, where the Feast of Weeks, all those great 7 feasts were commanded to be done always. It reads, which they shall teach them, that they may do them in the land which I give them to possess it. Ye shall observe to do therefore, as Yahweh your Elohim hath commanded you. Ye shall not turn aside to the right hand or to the left. That means you are not to add nor diminish. Ye shall walk in all the ways which Yahweh your Elohim hath commanded you, that ye may live, and that it may be well with you, and that ye may prolong your days. Where? Wherever you at? Being disobedient? Absolutely not. It says that ye may prolong your days in the land which ye shall possess. The same land that Yahweh commanded our fathers to do every word. Now let's turn to Deuteronomy, the 8th chapter. For it allows us to know what was commanded our fathers, and they were to live by every word, that they may continue to be blessed, and that their days may continue to be prolonged in the great land of promise. Thus it tells us in the 8th chapter, if we read the first 3 verses, it tells us, all the commandments which I command thee this day shall ye observe to do, that ye may live and multiply, and go in and possess the land which Yahweh sware unto your fathers. And thou shalt remember all the way which Yahweh thy Elohim led thee these 40 years in the wilderness, to humble thee and to test thee, to know what was in thy heart, whether thou would keep his commandments or no. And he humbled thee and suffered thee to hunger, and fed thee with manna, which thou knewest not, neither did thy fathers know, that he might make thee know that man does not live by bread only, but by every word that proceeds out of the mouth of Yahweh does man live. Thus, with our brothers and sisters, during the Passover, the Sabbath day, the Feast of Unleavened Bread, according to their words, they are not living, nor do you see their days being prolonged, because that was not the command. The command is, as it reads again in the last sentence of the 3rd verse, but by every word that proceeds out of the mouth of Yahweh does man live. It also tells us in this great chapter, if we pick up at the 11th verse, beware that thou forget not Yahweh thy Elohim, and not keeping his commandments and his judgments and his statutes, which I command thee this day. Lest when thou hast eaten and art full, and hast built goodly houses, and dwell therein, and when thy herd and thy flock multiply, and thy silver and thy gold is multiplied, and all that thou hast is multiplied, then thy heart be lifted up, start to adding and taken away, and thou forget Yahweh thy Elohim, which brought thee forth out of the land of Egypt, from the house of bondage, who led thee through that great and terrible wilderness, wherein were fiery serpents and scorpions, and drought, where there was no water, who brought thee forth water out of the rock of flint, who fed thee in the wilderness with manna, which thy fathers knew not, that he might humble thee, and that he might prove thee, to do thee good at thy latter end. And thou say in thy heart, my power and the might of my hand, as you speak today, have gotten me this wealth. But thou shalt remember Yahweh thy Elohim, for it is he alone that give thee power to get wealth, that he may establish his covenant which he sware unto thy fathers, as it is this day. Thus they found themselves entering the land of Canaan. It tells us, and it shall be, if thou do at all forget Yahweh thy Elohim, and walk after other gods, and serve them, and worship them, I testify against you this day, that ye shall surely perish, as the nations which Yahweh destroyed before your face, so shall ye perish, because ye would not be obedient to the voice, and to the instructions, and to the statutes, and to the judgments. Ye would not be obedient into the voice of Yahweh your Elohim. It also tells us, if we take a look at the 10th chapter of Deuteronomy, more that was said to our fathers before they entered into the land that they would possess and inherit forever, which denoted all of their dwellings. It tells us in the 10th chapter of Deuteronomy, if we pick up at the 12th verse, what Yahweh requires. It says again at the 12th verse of Deuteronomy 10, and now, Israel, after hearing all these words from the Proverbs or from the Psalms that our brother Yamin read, all the way to Deuteronomy, the 10th chapter, it tells us in the 12th verse what Elohim requires. And now, Israel, what does Yahweh thy Elohim require of thee? Have you forgotten but to fear Yahweh thy Elohim, to walk in all his ways, and to love him, and to serve Yahweh thy Elohim with all thy heart and with all thy soul. To keep the commandments of Yahweh and his statutes, which I command thee this day, for thy good. Behold, the heaven and the heaven of heavens is Yahweh's, thy Elohim. The earth also, with all that therein is. Only Yahweh had a delight in thy fathers, to love them, and he chose their seed after them, even you above all people, as it is this day. Circumcise, therefore, the foreskin of your heart, and be no more stiff-necked. For Yahweh your Elohim is a Elohim of deities, and the master of masters, a great Elohim, a mighty and a terrible, which regard not persons, nor take rewards. He does execute the judgment of the fatherless and the widow, and love the stranger, and giving him food and raiment. Love ye therefore the stranger, for ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. Thou shalt fear Yahweh, thy Elohim. Him shall thou serve, and to him shall thou cleave, and swear by his name. He is thy praise, and he is thy Elohim, that have done for thee these great and terrible things, which thy eyes have seen. Thy fathers went down into Egypt with 70 persons, 70. And now Yahweh thy Elohim have made thee as the stars of heaven for multitude, as he has promised his friend Abraham. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures, since we know what was required, since we've seen that man does not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of Yahweh, we have testimonies of how the children of Israel hearkened or did not hearken. Thus, let us reveal one of the first testimonies dealing with the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread, once the Israelites truly entered into the land of Canaan. And before I take you to 2 Kings, there is a place that we should go to that will denote the first act, and that is found right after the book of Deuteronomy. It is found in the book of Joshua. And it tells us in the book of Joshua, let me get there right quick because it's not on my notes, but it's definitely in my mind, and I know it happened before where I was about to take you in 2 Kings. So let's confirm this in our review, and then we'll go straight to 2 Kings. Let's turn our scriptures to Joshua, the 5th chapter. And it tells us in Joshua, the 5th chapter, I'll start at the 9th verse. And it tells us in Joshua, the 5th chapter, the 9th verse, these great words. And Yahweh said unto Joshua, this day have I rolled away the reproach of Egypt from off you. Wherefore the name of the place is called Gilgal, and to this day. And the children of Israel encamped in Gilgal, and kept the Passover on the 14th day of the month at evening in the plains of Jericho. And they did eat of the old corn of the land on the morrow after the Passover, unleavened cakes and parched corn in the self-same day. And the manna ceased on the morrow after they had eaten of the old corn. So it allows us to know that Yahweh fed them manna for 40 years. It says, neither had the children of Israel manna anymore, but they did eat of the fruit of the land of Canaan that year. So it allows us to know that once they entered into the land of promise, this great memorial was kept as it was instructed on the 14th day of the month at evening in the plains of Jericho. Now let's turn to 2 Kings, the 23rd chapter, which is the second account and second testimony showing that the Israelites kept the Passover only as instructed. Thus it tells us in 2 Kings, the 23rd chapter, if we pick up at the 21st verse, to the 23rd verse, and it reads, and the king commanded all the people, saying, and this is during the days of the monarchy, during the days of the kings. And we know, dealing with Solomon building the temple, he built the temple 480 years after the Israelites left Egypt. Thus, it tells us in the 21st verse of the 2 Kings, the 23rd division, and the king commanded all the people, saying, keep the Passover, and to Yahweh your Elohim, the best you can? Absolutely not. As it is written in the book of this covenant. Surely there was not holding such a Passover from the day of the judges that judged Israel, nor in all the days of the kings of Israel, nor of the kings of Yehudah. But in the 18th year of King Josiah, wherein this Passover was holden to Yahweh, where? In the place that Yahweh placed his name, and it was called Jerusalem. It also tells us, if we take a look at the 35th chapter, the 35th chapter of 2 Chronicles, the 35th chapter of 2nd Chronicles, and let's see what is found in the Chronicles dealing with Josiah keeping this great Passover. Thus, it tells us in the 35th chapter, if we turn there, please, of 2nd Chronicles. These great words, if we pick up at the very first verse. And it reads, moreover, Josiah kept a Passover unto Yahweh in Jerusalem. And they killed the Passover on the 14th day of the first moon. And he set the priests in their charge, and encouraged them to the service of the house of Yahweh, and said unto the Levites that taught all Israel, which were holy unto Yahweh, put the holy ark in the house which Solomon the son of David, king of Israel, did build. It shall not be a burden upon your shoulders. Serve now Yahweh your Elohim and his people Israel, and prepare yourselves by the house of your fathers after your course, according to the writing of David, king of Israel, and according to the writing of Solomon his son. And stand in the holy place according to the division of the families of the fathers of your brethren, the people, and after the division of the families of the Levites. So kill the Passover, and sanctify yourselves, and prepare your brethren, that they may do according to the word of Yahweh by the hand of Moses. And Josiah gave to the people of the flock lambs and kids, all for the Passover offerings, for all that were present, to the number of 30,300 bullocks. These were of the king's substance. And his princes gave willingly, and to the people, to the priests, to the Levites, to Hilkiah, to Zechariah, to Jehiel, rulers of the house of Elohim, gave into the priests for the Passover offerings 2,600 small cattle and 300 oxen. Conaniah also, and Shemaiah, and Nathaniel, his brethren, and Hasbaniah, and Yael, and Yazakbad, chief of the Levites, gave into the Levites for Passover offerings 5,000 small cattle and 500 oxen. So the service was prepared, and the priests stood in their place, and the Levites in their courses, according to the king's command. And they killed the Passover, and the priests sprinkled the blood from their hands, and the Levites slayed them, and they removed the burnt offering, that they might give according to the division of the families of the people, to offer unto Yahweh, as it is written in the book of Moses. And so did they with the oxen. And they roast the Passover with fire, according to the ordinance. But the other holy offerings salted they in pots, and in cauldron, and in pans, and divided them speedily among all the people. It continued to tell us, and afterwards they made ready for themselves and for the priests because the priests, the son of Aaron, were used in offering of burnt offerings and the fat until night. Therefore the Levites prepared for themselves and for the priests, the sons of Aaron. And the singers, the sons of Asaph, were in their place according to the commandment of David, and Asaph and Heman and Yetham, the king's seer, and the porters waited at every gate, that they might not depart from their service, for their brethren the Levite prepared for them. So all the service of Yahweh was prepared the same day, to keep the Passover and to offer burnt offerings upon the altar of Yahweh, according to the commandment of King Josiah. And the children of Israel that was present kept, please take note, the children of Israel that were present kept the Passover at that time and the feast of unleavened bread 7 days. And there was no Passover like to that kept in Israel from the days of Samuel the prophet, neither did all the kings of Israel keep such a Passover as Josiah kept. And the priests and the Levites and all Yehuda and Israel that were present, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, in the 18th year of the reign of Josiah was this great Passover kept. We also have another testimony to bring forth in the review of the memorial of the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And we can find that testimony in 2 Chronicles, the 30th chapter. 2 Chronicles, the 30th chapter. And what we find in 2 Chronicles, the 30th chapter, is another great king that kept the Passover. And this king name was Hezekiah. And this king, as it reads in the 30th chapter, if we pick up at the first verse and read to the 27th verse, we will find out about this great Passover. And we will also find that this Passover done by Hezekiah denotes the exception that Yahweh made, or the provision that Yahweh made and that we read about in Numbers, the 9th chapter. Thus it tells us in the very first verse of 2 Chronicles, the 30th chapter, and it reads, "And Hezekiah sent to all Israel and Yehuda, and wrote letters also to Ephraim and Manasseh, that they should come to the house of Yahweh at Jerusalem, to keep the Passover, and to Yahweh Elohim of Israel." And what this testifies is what we read in Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter. It allows us to know that they are in the land, and Yahweh have already chosen a place to place his name among one of our brethren. And that place was called Jerusalem. Thus it reads again, "And Hezekiah sent to all Israel and Yehuda, and wrote letters also to Ephraim and Manasseh, that they should come to the house of Yahweh at Jerusalem." For what? To keep the Passover, and to Yahweh Elohim of Israel. For the king had taken counsel, and his princes and all the congregation in Jerusalem, to keep the Passover in the second month. And the only way that they will come to a council to keep the Passover in the second month if they found themselves unclean or if many of them were on a long journey. Thus the third verse reads, for they could not keep it at that time, the first month on the 14th day, because the priests had not sanctified themselves significantly, neither had the people gathered themselves together to Jerusalem. So they were unclean, and they were not in the land of Jerusalem. So they found themselves on a long journey that they got to get to Jerusalem. Thus it reads, and the thing pleased the king and all the congregation. So they established a decree to make proclamation throughout all Israel, from Beersheba even to Dan, that they should come to keep the Passover and to Yahweh Elohim of Israel at Jerusalem. For they, note, had not done it of a long time in such sort as it was written. And that is what is accepted. So the post went with the letters from the king and his princes throughout all Israel and Yehudah, and according to the commandment of the king, saying, ye children of Israel, turn again into Yahweh Elohim of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, and he will return to the remnant of you that are escaped out of the hand of the king of Assyria. And be not ye like your fathers, and like your brethren, which trespass against Yahweh Elohim of their fathers, who therefore gave them up to the desolation, as ye see. Now be ye not stiff-necked, as your fathers were, but yield yourselves into Yahweh, and enter into his sanctuary, which he has sanctified forever, and serve Yahweh your Elohim, that the fierceness of his wrath may turn away from you. And please take note of this ninth verse, because it allows us to know what we were able to do in our land under the covenant of the law when our brothers and sisters rebelled against Yahweh, and he might send them in captivity as he sent many of them into Assyria. Note what you can do when you in your land. It reads, but if ye turn again, you can turn to Yahweh when you're in the land, and to Yahweh, your brethren and your children shall find compassion before them that led them captive, so that they shall come again into this land, the land where you find yourself in, turning back to Yahweh. And that land was none other than the promised land. For Yahweh your Elohim is gracious and merciful, and will not turn away his face from you if ye return into him. So the post passed from city to city through the country of Ephraim and Manasseh, even into Zebulun, but they laughed them to scorn, as they laugh us to scorn every time we teach and the true words of the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. They laugh us to scorn. They show the lambs and cows and everything else they slaughtering. They show the place that they in. They show the clothing of deceit that they're wearing, and they laugh us to scorn. Thus it says, but they laugh them to scorn and mock them. Nevertheless, the buyers of Asher and Manasseh and Zebulun humbled themselves and came to Jerusalem. Also in Yehuda, the hand of Elohim was to give them one heart to do the commandment of the king and of the princes by the word of Yahweh. And there assembled at Jerusalem much people to keep the feast of unleavened bread and the second moon, a very great congregation. And they arose and took away the altars that were in Jerusalem, and all the altars for incense took they away, and cast them into the brook of Kidron. Then they killed the Passover on the 14th day of the second moon. And the priests and the Levites were ashamed and sanctified themselves and brought in the burnt offering into the house of Yahweh. And they stood in their places after the manner according to the law of Moses, the man of Elohim. The priests sprinkled the blood which they received of the hand of the Levites. For there were many in the congregation that were not sanctified. Therefore the Levites had the charge of the killing of the Passovers for everyone that was not clean, to sanctify them into Yahweh. For a multitude of the people, even many of Ephraim, Manasseh, Issachar, Zebulun, had not cleaned themselves, yet did they eat the Passover otherwise than it was written. And note why. It reads, but Hezekiah prayed for them, saying, the good Yahweh pardon everyone that prepare his heart to seek Elohim, Yahweh Elohim of his fathers, though he be not cleansed according to the purification of the sanctuary. And Yahweh hearkened to Hezekiah and healed the people. And please note, in this hearkening to the king, they were under the covenant of the law and in the land of promise. It says, again in the 20th verse, and Yahweh hearkened to Hezekiah and healed the people. And the children of Israel that was present at Jerusalem kept the feast of unleavened bread 7 days with great gladness. And the Levites and the priests praised Yahweh day by day, singing with loud instruments unto Yahweh. And Hezekiah speak comfortably unto all the Levites that taught the good knowledge of Yahweh. And they did eat throughout the feast 7 days, offering peace offerings, making confessions to Yahweh Elohim of their fathers. And note where they was making their confessions, not in captivity, but in their land. It tells us in the 23rd verse, and the whole assembly took counsel to keep another 7 days. Note the provision, and note how the provision can only be honored by the word of Yah. Thus it says, and the whole assembly took counsel to keep another 7 days, and they kept another 7 days with gladness. For Hezekiah, king of Yehuda, did give to the congregation 1,000 bullocks and 7,000 sheep. And the princes gave to the congregation 1,000 bullocks and 10,000 sheep. And a great number of priests sanctified themselves, and all the congregation of Yehuda with the priests and the Levites and all the congregation that came out of Israel and the strangers that came out of the land of Israel and that dwelled in Yehuda rejoiced. So there was great joy in Jerusalem. For since the time of Solomon, the son of David, king of Israel, there was not the like in Jerusalem. Then the priests, the Levites, arose and blessed the people, and their voice was heard, and their prayer came up to his holy dwelling place, even into heaven. It also tells us that even though that this was a great Passover, if we go, well, we in 2 Chronicles, I want you to take a quick look at 2 Chronicles 36, because we're also using this presentation to make a difference, a distinction between what our brothers and sisters are doing today and what our fathers did when they found themselves under the covenant of the law in the land of promise. Well, they forsook Yahweh after this great Passover. Thus it tells us in 2 Chronicles, the 36th chapter, if you go turn there, please. It allows us to know, if we pick up at the 17th verse in 2 Chronicles, the 15th verse in 2 Chronicles, the 36th chapter. It allows us to know that our fathers forsook Yahweh. They abhorred his judgments and his statutes. Thus, they were sent to Babylon. And there was no Passover nor feast unleavened bread done in Babylon. But we're going to testify that it was done after they left Babylon. Thus, 2 Chronicles, the 36th chapter, if we pick up at the 5th verse, it reads to the 21st verse, and it reads, and Yahweh, Elohim of their fathers, sent to them by his messengers, rising up betimes and sending, because he had compassion upon his people and upon their dwelling place. Note where your dwelling place was, in your own land. But they mocked the messenger, and they mocking them today. They tell you your dwelling place is wherever you at. But it says, but they mocked the messengers of Elohim and despised his words and misused his prophets until the wrath of Yahweh rose against his people, till there was no remedy. Therefore he brought upon them the king of the Chaldees, who slew their young men with the sword in the house of their sanctuary, and had no compassion upon young men or maidens, old men or him that stooped for age. He gave them all into his hand. And all the vessels of the house of Elohim, great and small, and the treasures of the house of Yahweh, and the treasures of the king, and of his princes, all these he brought to Babylon. And they burnt the house of Elohim, and brake down the walls of Jerusalem, and burnt all the palaces thereof with fire, and destroyed all the goodly vessels thereof which they used to worship their Creator. And them that had escaped from the sword carried he away to Babylon, where they were servants to him and his sons until the reign of the kingdom of Persia. Why? Could it be based on what you find in Leviticus, the 26th chapter? It tells us to fulfill the word of Yahweh by the mouth of Jeremiah, until the land had enjoyed her Sabbaths. For as long as she lied desolate, she kept Sabbath to fulfill 70 years, which is 70. Thus, it tells us and allowed us to know and just testified that we found ourselves in Babylon because the children of Israel refused to take heed to the words of Yahweh, which he sent by his messengers, rising them up bedtime early. But all is not lost, for Yahweh's mercy endures forever. Thus we have a testimony found in the book of Ezra. And this book of Ezra denotes Israel coming out of Babylon during the reign of Cyrus. So let us turn our scriptures to the book of Ezra to witness this testimony. And note, we are giving testimonies and showing testimonies in this great review of the memorial of the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And we can do this every day, all day. But when it comes to our brothers and sisters that call themselves keeping the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread in America and abroad, they can never show us why they are doing it. They can never show us that the thing they are doing is sure and right. They can never show us that they got light on the matter, because they can never produce one testimony where our fathers ever done it in captivity and it was accepted. And that's how we make the greatest distinction of them all. Let us please turn our scriptures to Ezra, the 6th chapter. And before we read from Ezra, the 6th chapter, I want to establish my claim by reading the first chapter of Ezra, the first 4 verses. And it reads, it allows us to know that your brother ain't lying to you, that the children of Israel truly came out of Babylon, and then they kept the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Thus, it reads in Ezra chapter 1, 1-4, now in the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, and we just read in 2 Chronicles 36 that these things was going to happen, and it says in the 20th verse, in case you forgot, and them that escaped from the sword carried he away to Babylon, where they were servants to him and his sons until the reign of the kingdom of Persia. Well, here go the reign of the kingdom of Persia. Now, in the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, that the word of Yahweh by the mouth of Jeremiah might be fulfilled. Yahweh stirred up the spirit of Cyrus, king of Persia, that he made a proclamation throughout all his kingdom, and put it also in writing, saying, Thus says Cyrus, king of Persia, Yahweh Elohim of heaven, have given me all the kingdoms of the earth, and he hath charged me to build him a house at Jerusalem, which is in Yehuda. Who is there among you of all his people? His Elohim be with him, and let him go up to Jerusalem, which is in Yehuda, and build the house of Yahweh Elohim of Israel. He is the Elohim which is in Jerusalem. And whosoever remain in any place which he sojourn, let the men of his place help him with silver and with gold and with goods and with beasts, besides the freewill offerings for the house of Elohim that is in Jerusalem. So it allows us to know that the decree was set, that they were set free, that any man that was bound was allowed to go to Jerusalem and to build the house of Yahweh. You are free this day. Well, let's see what happened. If we take a look at the 6th chapter of Ezra, it tells us, if we pick up at the 13th verse, and it reads, Then Tatna, governor on this side the river, Shitar Bani, and their companies, according to that which Darius the king has sent. And Darius is a extension of Cyrus. Cyrus first. Darius the king has sent. So they did speedily. And the elders of the Hebrews builded, and they prospered through the prophesying of Haggai, the prophet, and Zechariah, the son of Adu. And they builded and finished it according to the commandment of Yahweh of Israel, and according to the commandment of Cyrus and Darius and Artaxerxes, king of Persia, which denote the reign of Persia, who kicked Babylon butt to allow you to be free. It reads, And this house was finished on the 3rd day of the month Adar, which was in the 6th year of the reign of Darius the king. And the children of Israel, the priests and the Levites, and the rest of the children of the captivity kept the dedication of this house of Elohim with joy, because they are no longer captives, and they find their butt back in their holy dwellings. And offered at the dedication of this house of Elohim 100 bullocks, 200 rams, 400 lambs, and for a sin offering for all Israel 12 he-goats, according to the number of the tribes of Israel. It takes 12 tribes to make the nation of Israel. Not one, not two, nor three. And they set the priests in their divisions, and the Levites in their course, for the service of Elohim, which is at Jerusalem, as it is written in the book of Moses. And the children of the captivity kept the Passover upon the 14th day of the 1st month. For the priests and the Levites were purified together. All of them was pure, holy, and clean, and killed the Passover for all the children of the captivity that was there in the land. And for their brethren, the priests, and for themselves. And the children of Israel, which were come again out of captivity. They were not in captivity, Israel. And all such had separated themselves. They were not among the heathen, Israel. And to them from the filthiness of the heathen of the land, to seek Yahweh Elohim of Israel did eat, and kept the feast of unleavened bread 7 days with joy, for Yahweh had made them joyful, and turned the heart of the king of Assyria into them, to strengthen their hands in the work of the house of Elohim, the Elohim of Israel. So we got testimonies when Israel kept the Passover, when it was accepted in your Creator eyes, when they were doing it according to the word of Moses, or according to the book of Moses. Also, it tells us this. I just want to throw this in since we find ourselves in the book of Ezra. Let's take a look at the very next chapter, which is the 7th chapter. And let's take heed to the decree. Let's take heed to what was said to Israel. What denotes Israel being free? What denotes Israel going back in their land, keeping the Passover, keeping the Feast of Unleavened Bread, keeping the judgments, keeping the covenant of the law? It tells us in Ezra, the 7th chapter, if we pick up at the 23rd verse, and we will end at the 28th verse. And it tells us in Ezra, the 7th chapter, the 23rd verse, whatsoever is commanded by the Elohim of heaven, let it be diligently done. That's every word. For the house of Elohim of heaven. For why should there be wrath against the realm, or the realm of the king and his son? Because if you don't, it's going to be wrath against them. Also, we certify you that touching any of the priests and Levites, singers, porters, Nithium, and ministers of this house of Elohim, it shall not be lawful to impose toll, tribute, or custom upon them. And that's what happens when you're in captivity. That's what happens when another country rule over you. Well, the Persian reign is saying none of these things should be done to the children of Israel anymore. And thy Ezra, after the wisdom of thy Elohim that is in thy hand, set magistrates and judges, which may judge all the people that are beyond the river. They had to cross back over. Beyond the river was your holy dwellings. It reads, beyond the river, all such as know the law. Note what is being done and what is being said. All such as know the laws of thy Elohim, and teach ye them that know them not. Who? In captivity? Or those that is beyond the river, those that's in the land, and they might done forgot the law. Ezra was commanded to teach them when you get there. Wasn't nobody keeping the law in Babylon. Wasn't nobody keeping the Passover, the Feast of Unleavened Bread, making offerings to Yahweh in Babylon. There was no Sabbath being kept in Babylon. Thus it reads in the last sentence of the 25th verse again, all such as know the laws of thy Elohim, and teach ye them that know them not. Now, how are you going to be under the law and you don't even know the law? Just like many of you are today. And whosoever will not do the law of thy Elohim, note, and the law of the king, judgment be executed speedily on him. And note where the judgment been done at, in your land. That's why you never can do a judgment in this man's land, because if you execute the judgment of your land in this man's land and it ain't his law, guess what? You're going to be judged for what you did in his land. So that's why none of you will ever keep the judgments. That's why y'all will hurry up and come with the worst excuse in the world. Say, well, no, Yahweh going to do the judgment. That ain't what he said, and nor is that what this man telling Ezra to do. He ain't saying, well, don't worry about if they agree with you or if they do what Yahweh tell them, because Yahweh going to judge them. That ain't what that man told him, because he know that ain't the way it goes. But the way it goes, if you find yourself under the covenant of the law, it reads again in the 26th verse. And whosoever will not do the law of thy Elohim and the law of the king, let judgment be executed speedily upon him, whether it be into death. He that defiled the Sabbath day shall what? Die. It reads, whether it be into death, or to banishment, or to confiscation of goods, or to imprisonment. And after that order is given, it reads, blessed be Yahweh Elohim of our fathers, which have put such a great thing, such a thing as this in the king's heart, to beautify the house of Yahweh, which is in Jerusalem, and have extended mercy unto me before the king and his counselors, and before all the king's mighty princes. And I was strengthened as the hand of Yahweh, my Elohim, was upon me. And I gathered together out of Israel chief men to go up with me. So we got many testimonies to show that the Passover, the Feast of Unleavened Bread, was only commanded to be done in the land, even though we can show that Yahweh commanded Israel to keep the Passover in the second year, after they left out of Egypt. It was done in the wilderness because Yahweh was among them, because Yahweh commanded that, and that's why they done it. But note, they were free, and they were in the wilderness, which denote a place not inhabited. In closing of this great review, I would like to establish these few words that is found only in the book of Malachi. So let us turn our scriptures to Malachi in closing of this great presentation called the Review of the Memorial of the Passover in the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And what we find in the book of Malachi these great words. And I'm going to use the first chapter, the second chapter, the third, and the fourth. It tells us in the first chapter of Malachi, if we pick up at the 6th verse and read to the 14th verse, these great words. A son honors his father, and a servant his master. If then I be a father, where is my honor? And you only going to honor me by doing what I said, by being obedient. And if I be a master, where is my fear? I am the master. Yahweh is the master of the earth. Where is his fear? And you can't say you fear him and do what he said other than what he said. Doing it another way do not show that you fear him. Just like it says dealing with the tithes. When you do as I said, it showed that you fear me. Well, all these people is collecting tithes in the land of their enemies, and it is a proof. It is testifying against them that they do not fear Yahweh as their master. Said Yahweh of hosts, and to you, O priests, that despise my name, and ye say, wherein have we despised thy name? Ye offer polluted bread upon my altar, and ye say, wherein have we polluted thee? And that ye say, the table of Yahweh is contemptible, and if ye offer the blind for sacrifice, is it not evil? Yes, it is. And if ye offer the lame and sick, is it not evil? Yes, it is. Offer it now unto thy governor. Will he be pleased with thee or accept thy person? Absolutely not. Said Yahweh of hosts. And now I pray you, beseech Elohim, that he will be gracious unto us. This have been by your means. Will he regard your persons? Absolutely not. Yahweh is not a respect of person, nor do he accept any of your crooked gifts, said Yahweh of hosts. Who is there even among you that will shut the door for naught? Not many. Neither do ye kindle fire on my altar for naught. I have no pleasure in you, said Yahweh of hosts, neither will I accept any offering at your hand. For from the rising of the sun, even to the going down of the same, my name shall be great among the Gentiles. And in every place incense shall be offered into my name, and a pure offering for my name shall be great among the heathen, said Yahweh of hosts. But ye have profaned it, and that ye say, the table of Yahweh is polluted, and the fruit thereof, even his meat, is contemptible. Ye say also, behold, what a weariness is it, and ye have snuffed at it, said Yahweh of hosts, and ye have brought that which was torn, and the lame, and the sick, thus ye brought an offering. Should I accept this of your hand? Absolutely not, and he won't. Said Yahweh, but cursed be the deceiver, which hath in his flock a male, and vowed and sanctified unto Yahweh a corrupt thing. as y'all do today, all y'all that say you're keeping the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. For I am a great king, said Yahweh of hosts, and my name is dreadful among the heathen. And you better start trembling and think about what you have done. It also tells us, only in the book of Malachi, in the 2nd chapter, if we pick up at the 2nd verse, the 2nd chapter, the 1st verse, and it reads, and now, O ye priests, this commandment is for you. And the reason I'm shooting this at us, because these were the people that supposed to taught us these things. They supposed to know that Israel only had one way to serve Yah. Dealing with the Passover, dealing with the Sabbath, dealing with all the words of Moses. Thus, we are reading in conclusion the book of Malachi. We're going to conclude the presentation with this great book. And now, O ye priests, this commandment is for you. If ye will not hear, and if ye will not lay it to heart, to give glory unto my name, said Yahweh of hosts. And the only way you can give glory to Yahweh's name is to witness all that he has said. Cursed be he that confirm not all the words of Yahweh and do it. Every word of Elohim is pure. He is a shield unto them that put their trust in him, and not into his words, lest he reprove thee, and you be a liar. I will even send a curse upon you, and I will curse your blessings. Yea, I have cursed them already, because you do not lay it to heart. Behold, I will corrupt your seed, and spread dung upon your faces, even the dung of your Sodom feasts, and one shall take you away with it. And ye shall know that I have sent this commandment into you, that my covenant might be with Levi, said Yahweh of hosts. My covenant was with him of life and peace, and I gave them to him for the fear wherewith he feared me, and was afraid before my name. The law of truth was in his mouth, and iniquity was not found in his lips. He walked with me in peace and equity, and did turn many away from iniquity. For the priest's lips should keep knowledge, and they should seek the law at his mouth. For he is the messenger of Yahweh of hosts. But ye are departed out of the way. Ye have caused many to stumble at the law. Ye have corrupted the covenant of Levi, said Yahweh of hosts. Therefore have I also made you contemptible and base before all the people, according as ye have not kept my ways, but have been partial in the law. Have we not all one Father? Absolutely. Have not one Elohim created us? Absolutely. Why do we deal treacherously, every man against his brother? And one way you does treacherously is by lying, by profaning the covenant of our fathers. Yehuda dealt treacherously, and abomination is committed in Israel and in Jerusalem. For Yehuda had profaned the holiness of Yahweh which he loved, and have married the daughters of strange gods. Yahweh will cut off the man that does this, the master and the scholar, out of the tabernacle of Jacob, and him that offers an offering unto Yahweh of hosts. And this have ye done again, covering the altar of Yahweh with tears, and with weeping, and with crying out, insomuch that he regards not the offering anymore, or receive it with good will at your hand. Yet ye say, wherefore? because Yahweh had been witness between thee. He see it. I don't care what you say to your brother. He see all that you have done. And he said he will reward every man according to his doings. And the wife of thy youth, against whom thou hast dealt treacherously, yet is she thy companion and the wife of thy covenant? And did not he make one, yet had he the residue of the Spirit, and wherefore one? That he might seek a Elohimly child. Therefore, take heed to your spirit, and let none deal treacherously against the wife of his youth. For Yahweh, the Elohim of Israel, said that he hate putting away. For one covers violence with his garment, said Yahweh of hosts. Therefore take heed to your spirit, that ye deal not treacherously. Ye have wearied Yahweh with your words, yet ye say, wherein have we wearied him? When ye say, everyone that does evil is good. You acknowledging people that call themselves keeping the Sabbath, call themselves getting rid of leaven, call themselves keeping the Passover, and you call them good. The Almighty call them evil. In the sight of Yahweh, and he delight in them not. He delight in them, which he don't. Or where is the Elohim of judgment? The 3rd chapter, the first 7 verses read, Behold, I will send my messenger, and he shall prepare the way before me, and the master whom ye seek shall suddenly come to his temple, even the messenger of the covenant whom ye delight in. Behold, he shall come, said Yahweh of hosts, but who may abide the day of his coming? And who shall stand when he appears? For he is like a refiner's fire, and like fuller's soap. And he shall sit as a refiner and a purifier of silver. And he shall purify the sons of Levi, and purge them as gold and silver, that they may offer unto Yahweh an offering in righteousness. Note what must take place. They must be clean. Then shall the offering of Yehuda and Jerusalem be pleasant unto Yahweh, as in the days of old, as in the former years, when they found they butt clean. And I will come near to you to judgment, and I will be a swift witness against the sorcerers, and against the adulterers, and against false wearers, and against those that oppress the hireling in his wages, the widow and the fatherless, and that turn aside the stranger from his right, and fear not me, said Yahweh of hosts. And then last I will use is the 4th chapter of Malachi, the first 6 verses. And it reads in closing, For behold, the day comes that shall burn as an oven, and all the proud, yea, and all that do wickedly shall be stubble. And the day that come shall burn them up, said Yahweh of hosts. You don't want to fear me? Well, watch what you get. That it shall leave them neither root or branch. But unto you that fear my name shall the Son of righteousness arise with healing in his wings, and ye shall go forth and grow up as calves of the stall, and ye shall tread down the wicked, for they shall be ashes under the sole of your feet. In the day that I shall do this, said Yahweh of hosts, remember ye the law of Moses, my servant, which I command unto him in Horeb for all Israel, with the statutes and judgments. Behold, I will send you Elijah, the prophet, before the coming of the great and dreadful day of Yahweh. And he shall turn the heart of the children to the heart of the fathers to the children, and the heart of the children to their fathers, lest I come and smite the earth with a curse. And today, Israel, the earth is truly smitten with a curse. Thus, none of the offerings that Yahweh have ever commanded Israel to give him in the Holy Land will ever be accepted among the heathen. Hallelujah, 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 and shalom, Israel. We will open up the comment line for comments and questions dealing with the review of the memorial of the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Is there any or questions? Is there any comments or questions dealing with the review, memorial of the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread?
Hello.
Is there any comment?
Yeah. Well, whether it's saw people, saw friends, saw family, so brought a whole lot of cake back though. Yeah, Cake.
Is there any comments dealing with the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread?
Shalom.
Shalom, that brother Cephas.
Go ahead, brother.
Hold on, Brother Cephas. I think the lady beat you to the punch. Let the lady go first, please.
All right.
Shalom. This is Sister Diane. I just wanted to say thank you for this review. It was much needed, much appreciated, and very good teaching. I love to hear the word being spoken with understanding.
Hallelujah. That's very wisely spoken. And I'm glad that the Almighty have opened our eyes that we can see and hear, and open our ears that we can hear, that we can fear Yahweh and depart from evil and accept these great instructions. Hallelujah. Is there any other comments or questions?
I just wanted to say hallelujah, and that was a great message today. Again, Yehuda Israel, and thank you for the truth.
Very wisely spoken. Is there any other comments or questions?
Shalom, this brother Cephas. I was going to basically say the same thing Sister Dean y'all had said. It was a great review, and I think you cover everything. And I got a couple of sisters one sister that I know. They're keeping the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. She don't directly give me a message, but she call anybody who don't keep the memorial of the Passover or the Feast of Unleavened Bread wicked. So I guess that's her way of telling me that, because I'm the only one on her page, on a Facebook friend, that always talking about it all the time. So they're thinking we are wicked.
Well, based on this great review that thought can only be because they have not taken heed to every word that Yahweh said. And Yahweh is establishing who is the wicked. The person that is wicked is the one that do not take heed to every word. So we are confirming every word, and we have confirmed by way of testimony to show that what we brought forth is true and sure. So again, a lot of times we're going to get, the scripture said, rebuke a wise man and they will love you. Rebuke a fool and they will hate you. So, and you will get yourself a block. So they're going to point the finger at you because they refuse the correction. So they're going to hurry up and say you wicked because they refuse the correction. But long as you confirm every word, brother, it is showing that you truly fear your master.
Yes, sir.
A lot of times when the Almighty sent the prophets to Israel, they said the law should not perish. They said wisdom should not leave the wise men. And then they say, let's kill him and let's not take heed to none of his words. That is usually the response of the wicked. Even though you're speaking word for word that is written, their response is going to be, what you saying is not going to happen. And then their response is usually, let's take him out. Let's kill him. Let's don't take no heed to his words. Instead of fearing Yahweh and humbling themselves and tell you, yeah, you're dead right, brother, we are wrong.
Yes, they always reference the wilderness. They always reference where they kept the Passover in the wilderness. That's a big argument right there. For them 40 years, they saying Israel kept the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread in the wilderness.
Well, that's easy to be refuted. All you have to let them know, you ain't in the wilderness. You ain't in the wilderness. So why is you bringing that up? And in our review, we acknowledged what went down in the wilderness. So that don't help them none.
That's right. But they use it. I'm just saying, I understand, but I was just saying that's their argument and that's their defense or their justification for trying to keep the Passover.
Which is of the weakest sort. That you're dead right. That's their defense, but it is of the weakest sort.
That's right.
Hallelujah. Great comment, my brother.
Yes, sir.
Is there any other comments or questions? Or rebuttals?
Shalom, this is Yamin. I want to say I think it's interesting that when the temple was first established, every time they came out of captivity, if anything happened to the temple, when they got back into Jerusalem, they started building the temple. And I never really hear any of the people that's talking about leaving here or, leaving America, going to Africa and stuff like that. I never really hear them talking about any temples.
Absolutely. And that was the place that Yahweh placed his name. So if Yahweh was calling you back, that would be one of the first things you would try to do, is reestablish the temple, because it will show not only you, but all the nations that Yahweh is back with you, that Yahweh has brought you back in his dwellings.
Hallelujah.
And it will take away the profanement that we find ourselves doing when we find ourselves in another man's land, as it is this day. Great comment, brother.
Oh, yeah. And another thing I want to say was, I noticed that when Hezekiah sent out the post for everybody to keep the Passover, it was within the borders of the land of Canaan. He didn't send and it was people that was out actually in captivity, carried away. He didn't try to reach them. The post was sent to the people that were in the land of Canaan for them to keep the Passover.
Hallelujah. Great observance. That's great that you paid attention, because that's exactly what happened. And it shows without a shadow of a doubt that no one outside the land of Jerusalem or outside the land of Canaan ever kept the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread, nor did Yahweh ever tell the king to go get them. And it, as you stated, there was people in Assyria at that time, but they were not able to keep the Passover. But what we was able to do in keeping the Passover while we was in the land under the covenant of the law was to pray for them. And doing so, Yahweh showed them compassion. He didn't bring them home, but he showed them compassion among their enemies. And they were not keeping the Passover. Great point, my brother. Great point. Great observation. Is there any other comments or questions? Is there any other comments or questions dealing with the review of the memorial of the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread? And while you think of a comment or a question, let me ask the question. Did we make a distinction between what our fathers would have done under the covenant of the law, being in the land, compared to what our brothers and sisters are doing today, not being under the covenant of the law, nor in the land of promise? Did we make a distinction today?
Absolutely. Yes, indeed.
And that distinction only means making a difference. And the Almighty put upon the priests that they should make a difference between the holy and the unholy, between the clean and the unclean. And that's what we try to do this day.
Hallelujah.
Is there any other comments or questions?
Shalom, I just wanted to say, y'all man again. I just want to say, beautiful presentation, brother. Beautiful presentation. It was thorough. It's airtight. So beautiful presentation. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Amen.
Brother, sometimes get to the point you get tired of dealing with the same thing with the same people every year. Sometimes it like to get old to you sometimes. I don't know if anybody else feel that way, but sometimes I get, you're tired of going back and forth with people who don't have understanding.
And I can understand that. A lot of times it got to do with our spirit at the time, but it's new every day when we are able to declare the glory of our Creator. It's new. You'd be surprised how many other people hearing it. Not just the hard-headed person we've been talking to over and over, but even that person, this reproof is new to them every time we do it. That's why the Almighty commissioned Ezekiel to tell them if they hear or forbear. He knew the conditions of his flock. He know how his people is. So he hurried up and told Ezekiel, I'm going to make your head harder than theirs. The only way they can defeat you if you hearken to them. That's the only way I'm allowed them to defeat you. But as long as you hearken to me and tell them what I said, you will be the reprover of Yahweh. So that reproving is good, and it is new every day. Even though, as you just stated, sometimes it might, depending on how our spirit is that day, it might get tiresome. Just like Yahweh even said, they weary him with their confessions and things like that. So he done got tired of them trying to correct them. So yes, I understand, brother. Well, we just got to stand firm and continue to fear Yahweh, and he will continue to give us that strength to witness the truth to our brothers and sisters.
Hallelujah.
If they hearken or not.
Yes.
It don't say just to those that's listening. If that was the case, then we have an easy ride, but no, it ain't that easy. So we are to talk and to witness even if they don't hearken. We read, I would just like to say this, we read from Ezekiel, the 33rd chapter. Check this out. I'll read this one more time in reference to what our brother Cephas just said. And it's a proof that you're dead right, brother. And it says in the 30th verse of Ezekiel 33, also, thy son of man, the children of thy people still are talking against thee because you reproving them by the walls and in the doors of the houses, and speak one to another, every one to his brother, saying, come, let's check him out. Come, I pray you, and hear what is the word that comes forth from Yahweh. And they come to thee as the people come, and they sit before thee as my people, talking about let Yahweh be magnified. And they hear thy words, but they will not do them, for their mouth show much love. And that's all we've been hearing. With love. I love you. I love you. You don't love us, because if you love us, you will hearken to the word of Yah. It says, they show much love, but their heart goes after their covetousness, what they want to do. And lo, they are lo, thy art into them as a very lovely song. You know how you listen to the same song over and over again because you like it? Of one that have a pleasant voice and can play well on an instrument. For they hear thy words, but they do them not. So you're absolutely correct, brother. And they will even come to you at times, and they still know they ain't going to pay you no mind. But they on the call. They listening. They took down the note. They took down the verses that you said, but they didn't respond, did they? Nope.
They surely didn't.
Great comment, my brother. Is there any other comments or questions? Is there any other comments or questions?
This brother Yamin again. I also noticed that, like a lot of the people that say they keep Passover and stuff like that, they can never produce any priests. You know what I'm saying? It's like just people that saying they taking on the priest, basically taking on the priest's duties. They're not bloodline priests. You know what I'm saying? So they just really just freestyle the Passover for real.
And that is not nothing new. Many times when Israel forsook the ordinance of Yahweh, they made them priests of the lowest sort. So it's nothing different. All you doing is witnessing what our fathers have done, and that's what our brothers and sisters do today. They done got men and women straight out of Christianity, done changed their name and changed their mind and say they Israel, and they done made them priests and everything. So that would be a priest of the lowest sort, as it is written in our Holy Scripture. That's a priest of the lowest sort. He is no priest.
Hallelujah.
A priest doing what? What he gonna do? What he doing? If he a priest, what he doing? Nothing. Priest of the lowest sort. Go ahead, brother Benaniah.
Just a little question here. So all the priests circumcise all the males, correct? And
all
then the
priests?
males had to be. Well, you know, certain priests circumcise the males.
Well, your father could have circumcised his son. He didn't have to be a priest. Abraham was not a priest. He circumcised Isaac and he circumcised Ishmael. I circumcised my firstborn son. So you didn't have to have a priest to circumcise your son.
Didn't his wife circumcise somebody?
Yeah. Say that again?
I thought Abraham's wife circumcised one of his sons.
No, that was Moses.
Moses, that's right. Moses. Okay, I got you. Moses, that's right.
So it's not a law. I don't recall a law where it says the priest must circumcise Israel.
That's correct. Because I'm just going by something else that's wondering that, in order to eat, you had to be circumcised. You cannot be, like for the people who doing so-called Passover, they think they're doing the Passover. There are certain males could not do certain things if they wasn't circumcised. So if they talking about doing Passover here, how do they know that that person that they are dealing with is circumcised? They can lie saying they are.
Absolutely.
Everything over here is filthy.
And we started off this presentation talking about Israel being uncircumcised with the uncircumcised. So we, among the heathen, they uncircumcised. So is we. We. Even though you might have the foreskin removed off your penis, you still uncircumcised in heart.
Yeah. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't care what the doctor did. A lot of people circumcised. It is not because of the covenant that Yahweh made with Abraham. It's because of good sanitary, whatever they say circumcision is good for today. That's why most people are circumcised today. It is not because of the covenant that Yahweh made with Abraham.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Is there any other comments or questions? Great comments, great questions. I have a comment I would like to make, and this comment is off subject a little bit. And I just want to make this comment. That way everyone can hear this comment, and it gives you from today and to next presentation to study on this. It tells us in the book of Genesis, the 49th chapter, the 10th verse. And I'm just going to read it. I'm going to let you know what I'm thinking. And that's it. I ain't letting no cats out the bag because I want this to be a great presentation next Saturday after next, should I say. It tells us in Genesis, the 49th chapter, in the 10th verse, it reads, "The scepter shall not depart from Yehuda, nor a lawgiver from between his feet until." So it don't say it will not depart. It allows you to know it won't depart until Shiloh comes. And to him shall the gathering of the people be. I asked a lot of people for their understanding of this 10th verse. And I'm asking your understanding of this 10th verse in relationship to the rumor that has been circling around this earth and has been taught to many of us as if it denotes the character of the New Testament, JC, and it denotes that it departed in 70 AD. So what I would like for the listening audience to do is to study this 10th verse and be ready for the presentation Saturday after next, because we're going to give a presentation on this 10th verse, and we're going to teach the sound wisdom that is found in this 10th verse. And I will leave you with one nugget of gold. And the nugget of gold that I'm going to leave you with, that way you can take this and start your studying, is that it has been taught that the 10th verse is prophecy. That's one of the things that have threw all of us off. It has been taught by many of our teachers that the 10th verse is prophecy. Well, the gold nugget that I'm going to leave you with today is to allow you to know it is not prophecy. It is a command. So when you start studying this from the night till next Saturday after next, remember that you're not studying a prophecy, but you are studying a command. And that might help you see what this 10th verse is talking about. And that's all I wanted to comment on. That's all I wanted to state on this particular subject. I didn't want to get off the subject matter that we enjoyed today, which was the review of the memorial of the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. But I did want to bring this up because I received several answers to my question, and it allowed me to know that I must teach it thoroughly, where we all are on one accord and we all see the sound wisdom that is in this 10th verse.
Hallelujah.
So is there any other comments or questions before we call the evening to a close?
I want to make this one last comment, and I'll be done. And
Sure.
It breaks my heart. I think about the Feast of Unleavened Bread, how these leaders, we are the poorest people on the face of the earth, and you tell them to throw away their bread, and then you're going to rob them next week for their time money. It just, boy, I'm telling you, it's just mighty rough.
And you're absolutely correct, bro. The Almighty called our people that did things like that greedy dogs that could never have enough. That's exactly what they are. Greedy dogs that could never have enough.
Yeah, and that included the soup in your can too, because a lot of that food got yeast in it.
Man, when I was hooked weaned under that mess, we was getting rid of our liquor, we was getting rid of vitamins, we was getting rid of all the children's cereal, we was getting rid of everything. And some of the people knew how much money that was, to where even the teachers knew that what they was teaching was nonsense, to where they was saying, well, I'll tell you what, just put it, if you got a garage, just put it all in the garage. If you got a garbage can, put it in the garbage can and just keep it back there. And then after the 7 days, go get it. So they knew they was lying, and they knew that they was causing poverty among us, to where they had to humble themselves and say, well, hold on, just put it in the garage. Just put it in the garbage can. Man, come on, dude, we supposed to get rid of it or not?
I put my shit on the floor.
It almost drove me crazy.
Yeah, I mean, people giving up good liquor and everything, and they got used to it, and they say, hold on. They say, hold on, we're just going to put it in the garbage can, or we're going to put it in the garage. That's still your house, ain't it? That's still part of your house. It's still among you.
Sure is. Right. Psychologically, too, because you didn't get rid of
playing mind games.
That's all it was, brothers and sisters, a bunch of mind games. And man, you don't forget, most times your moray and your teacher was more wealthy than you, because they collecting all your time. So it was easy for them to act like they getting rid of their stuff, but you getting rid of your stuff and you a poor man.
You just
take it down to Auntie house and then go back and get it.
Oh yeah, who just said that about the Auntie house?
Deborah in Virginia.
Yes, ma'am. And that's what was taught. Take it to you. Well, at some time it was taught, don't give it to your mom and them, because then you cause them to sin. But you'll give it to a distant relative. What's the difference? What's the difference giving it to your aunt and then go back and get it from her?
and then their brothers and sisters will say there should be no leaven seen. It say in all your quarters, right? Nowhere in your land. But they'll put their bread away.
Yeah.
Right. They'll put their bread away and then they go to a restaurant and fix a hamburger. You know what I'm saying? You work at the fast food restaurant and here you got to make hamburger. You ain't supposed to see it, you know.
Or you live across the street from the donut shop or the bread shop, and you just smelling bread and leaven and yeast all around your house. But you're gonna get delusional and say you don't see it. You don't see it, you don't smell it. That's a lie. You go to work, they see it and you smell it. You go somewhere else, you see it and you smell it. So it allows you to know that you could not do that law. And that law was given to a people that governed themselves in their own land. So when the Almighty said no leaven should be found in your quarters and in your coast, that's what he meant.
That's right. That's right.
You know, for our country.
I'll be like, Brother Samuel.
Yes, go ahead, brother.
You know, you said that bread. I remember when I graduated from high school, I worked at Jigna Jungle, which was baking bread. So that means if I was doing that during that time, I had to take off the whole week just so I wouldn't be around. The bread.
And you would not be able to just sustain yourself, brother, doing that. You wait, and most of us cannot afford take off a whole week. And the Almighty is not saying it in the sense of making you impoverished. He's saying that in the sense of righteousness. So when he said that no leaven should be seen, that denoted righteousness. Well, when we said it denote poverty. It denote a burden.
Right. We were blessed in the land. We was in the land and we were blessed. So bread was no issue because we was in the land of the blessed.
Right. Absolutely. And we was able to prepare our bread unleavened.
Mm-hmm.
So none of the bread that was among us would have been leavened. Not so today. We got too many companies. We got next door neighbors. Everybody got leaven.
Yep, it's everywhere. It's in your shoes.
You say the blessings of Yahweh make it rich and add no sorrow to it.
No sorrow. Well, today we trying to act like he blessing us, but we sorrowful in the mud.
Exactly.
Man, every time I think about it, I can't believe how foolish I was back in them days. Boy, I was a fool back in them days, throwing all my stuff away.
Well, that's what happens. That's what happens. The scripture says that's what happens according to Jeremiah 17:5. Cursed be he that. Let me go there. I don't want to repeat it wrong, but it's talking about trusting in man and making man arm your flesh.
Right.
So that's what happens. We wind up being cursed, even though we think, we calling it being a fool. The Almighty call it being cursed. It says, "Thus said Yahweh," Jeremiah 17:5. "Thus said Yahweh, cursed be the man that trusts in man, and make his flesh his arm, whose heart depart from Yahweh." So when we trust in that man, our heart is departing from Yahweh, even though we might not even know it. And that's how many of us got caught up. We didn't know what Yahweh said. We trusted in the man to tell us what Yahweh said, and he didn't. So we wind up being cursed, which we call ourselves fools. Being
all
fools.
the way around. Mm-hmm.
Yes,
there was another
great
thing I'd like to add to that. Go ahead, bro.
Go ahead, Brother Steve. I didn't hear you.
No, I just saying it's a really great lesson, great dialogue. That's all I was saying.
Yes, sir. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Yeah, I was just going to say there were so many things. Even though I came in late, I'm glad I caught you on the tail end. I know what the lesson's about now. I'm just going to go ahead and look at it when it come up. But this is Brother Eliakim Gershom. The thing is I always wondered about this, and I was in a special place because I was the cleaner of the, sanctuary, so to speak. You know what I mean? Keeping it clean and all that. And I used to wonder about that because women would show up when they were on their special time. And on those days, according to the scriptures, I read where they wasn't supposed to be around nobody at that time. You know what I'm saying? So I could be wrong, but that also made me think, because I had already thought about the uncircumcised, because we was opening the doors and everybody was coming in, and not only did it have to do with the physical side, but also the spiritual side. How you going to be circumcised in the heart and you ain't circumcised in the flesh? And so that was something that I had to deal with, because that was me. I was one that was doing the janitorial cleansing of the temple, so to speak, and it was crazy. It was real crazy.
Well, a lot of that got to do with our teachings, as we know what is written in Leviticus, the 10th chapter. I think it's the 10th verse, where it talk about the priest was to make a difference between the holy and the unholy, and between the clean and the unclean. Well, our teachers was no priests, nor did they have the spirit of the priest, so they didn't teach you that. They didn't teach you that. They allowed that to be to come in. I remember, similar to what you just said, on the Day of Atonement, and there was a woman and her daughters was on their menstruation, and they brought it up, and Elisha told them, well, today is the Day of Atonement. Everybody is being forgiven for their sins. So he actually told the lady and her daughters that they could stay. Well, I hurried up and raised my hand because I had a different spirit on me, and I read from Leviticus the 16th chapter, and I let everybody know, even my teacher, if we were in the land under the Day of Atonement, nobody would have been in the temple.
Exactly.
So that was a bold-faced lie that he just told the lady. Because if we were in the land and it was the Day of Atonement, nobody would have been in the temple but the priest. Everybody else would have been at home praying and afflicting themselves, hoping that the Almighty forgave us. So that was a bold-faced lie to say, well, today is the Day of Atonement. Everybody is forgiven. You can be here. I didn't hear you. Oh, I thought somebody else was saying something. But, yeah, that's an example of us leaning and trusting in man. Man could tell you something that Yahweh have not said, and we wind up doing it.
And suffering behind it. Absolutely.
That's probably why he says you could stay, because he knew it wasn't simple.
Well, and plus you also, that's probably one reason, but also you know that the Day of Atonement was the high Sabbath. That was one of the days they got most of their money. So I ain't trying to make you leave today. Today I don't really want you. I don't care if you whatever you're dealing with. You can come in today, because I know that I'm gonna play on your emotions, and you about to pay. You about to pay for a forgiveness that I'm teaching you that you're going to receive.
Wow.
So that day, they wasn't sending you home. You're going to have somebody else like me stand up and tell you was wrong. And you know what that lady and her daughters did after I read out the book of Leviticus, the 16th chapter?
They got up and left.
They got up and left, brother.
Hallelujah. That was good, brother.
And that was the day that Alicia started to really get mad at me, like, hold on, son, you messing up my money. You messing up my money. Get your hands out of my pocket. That's what you hear. Get your hands out of my pocket.
That's what it is. That's the truth, brother.
And the Almighty is my witness, and everybody that was there that day.
Yes, sir. He's raising up those that will not lie. That's right. Hallelujah.
Is there any other comments or questions?
Thank you for that, brother.
More than welcome.
Hey, Brother Ezra.
Go ahead, brother.
Let me ask you something. That young lady, the elder, her daughter, the one that's trying to go to the land, she made mention that because you got a snake on your picture. What's wrong with somebody having a snake on their picture profile? She was trying to attack you in that way, saying you had an idol god on your post, and it was just an elephant to me. What was she speaking of?
We were at Gatlinburg. I think we were Pigeon Forge, Gatlinburg, Tennessee, and they had a aquarium there, and in that aquarium they had that area where I took a picture, and my wife took the picture of me. When I took the picture for me and for my wife. I wasn't thinking about nothing that was behind me, around me, or anything. So that's how we took the picture. But I explained to my sister that your brother has a lot of sound wisdom, and I know that everything around us in this land is unclean. Mm-hmm. You just nitpicking because I am reproving you. That is the only, and this ain't the first time you've seen the picture. When you became my friend on Facebook, and I changed my profile picture because the other account I had got hacked. I had the first picture I had me in all white and my dreads hanging down to the ground. This picture, I put this picture up out of what my wife took. But I know where it comes from. It comes from what is read in the 9th chapter of Proverbs, and this is where it comes from. It is no more than this, and that's the reason why I don't try to justify what they're talking about. It tells us in the 9th chapter of Proverbs, in the 6th verse, forsake the foolish and live, and go in the way of understanding. He that reprove a scorner, get himself shame. And that's what they tried to do. They tried their best to shame me. And he that rebuke a wicked man, get himself a blot. That's what they tried to do. Reprove not a scorner, lest he hate you. And they were showing the hate that they had for me based on my reproving. Rebuke a wise man, and he will love you. Or love thee. Give instruction to a wise man, and he will be yet wiser. Teach a just man, and he will increase in learning. So they acts showed me what they was doing. Based on these words, their acts. So all that was is trying to shame their brother, to try to stop the people from listening to what I was saying against their devices, what they trying to do today. That's all it was, brother. Nothing else. So I'm not going to, the scripture, huh?
What proverb was that?
Proverbs 9. I started from the 6th verse and read to the 9th verse. And another word of wisdom that was definitely in my mind when they gave out the slanders was, answer not a fool according to his folly, lest ye make him wise in his own deceit. So I refuse to keep responding to that comment about what's behind me.
Hallelujah. I'm learning that now.
Hallelujah. So I kept on rebuking them, but I didn't keep responding to the snake and all that. I've been let that go because I knew what they was trying to do, and I wasn't going to let them be wise in their own deceit.
Hallelujah, because they ain't going to do them a twisted, so they will think they wise. Ain't gonna do nothing.
And I did mess with them. I say, they must have been jealous of that polo suit. The one lady said, well, he even got a camouflage suit on. I said, you like that polo outfit, don't you? motherfucker cough, I know that.
Oh man, people are so petty.
She was taking you on from head to toe.
Yeah. You got to lift your shoes up like a horse so they can see what's under there.
Yes, sir.
Boy,
but they will see. But notice how they will attack me because I'm reproving them, and they about to go to Washington. Now, every place you stand, behind you gonna be the Washington Memorial, your enemy,
right.
Your enemy house. But you're gonna stand there and take pictures and all that. But you ain't gonna worry about what's behind you.
Right, with that phylactic up hang 212 feet or whatever it is up in the air. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They about to take mass pictures on their field trip, and it's gonna be a bunch of idolatry behind them.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the capital of it.
It's no different than you taking a picture with the American flag behind you when you know how our children take pictures of school and they got the flag. That's no different. Now, if I want to nitpick, I can easily nitpick at that. But I got enough understanding to know where we at.
You can't escape it.
The name of our cars, the name of the months. I mean, everything among us is defiled.
Yeah. We
days of the week.
Days of the week, the days of the month. Our name, cars we drive. If we say the name, those names, Saturn and all that. All them. Come on, man.
Yeah. It's true. It's true.
But I'm wise enough not to play on that, so I didn't play on it, brothers and sisters.
Hallelujah.
I know y'all might look at me and say, why he ain't saying nothing? Because I was wise enough to keep my mouth closed.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. People with wisdom understood that. Yeah. Hallelujah.
But I kept on reproving them. I wasn't going to let they slander stop me from reproving them. The Almighty didn't let they slander stop me from reproving them.
Hallelujah. That's good. That's the spirit. Hallelujah.
Is there any other comments or questions?
Thank you, Yahweh. Hallelujah. Thank you for that testimony.
If there isn't any other comments or questions, I'm not going to hold y'all any longer. We can go ahead and end the presentation by reading Psalms 106. It's a pretty long psalm, so we'll just close with Psalms 106 if there isn't any other comments or questions. And before I read Psalms 106, I would like to thank the Almighty for allowing the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart to be acceptable in His sight, our strength and our Redeemer. And I would like to thank the Almighty for allowing us to lend an ear that we may hear and fear Yahweh and depart from evil. In closing, Israel, let us all turn our Holy Scriptures to Psalms 105. And it reads for us all. Oh, give thanks unto Yahweh. Call upon His name. Make known His deeds among the people. Sing unto Him. Sing psalms unto Him. Talk ye of all His wondrous works. Glory ye in His holy name. Let the heart of them rejoice that seek Yahweh. Seek Yahweh in His strength. Seek His face forevermore. Remember His marvelous works that He hath done, His wonders, and the judgments of His mouth, this great Passover we just talked about. O ye seed of Abraham, His servant, ye children of Jacob, His chosen, He is Yahweh our Elohim. His judgments are in all the earth. He hath remembered His covenant forever, the word which he commanded to 1,000 generations, which covenant he made with Abraham, and his oath into Isaac, and confirmed the same into Jacob for a law, and to Israel for an everlasting covenant, saying, and to thee will I give the land of Canaan, the lot of your inheritance. When they were but a few men in number, yea, very few, and strangers in it, when they went from one nation to another, from one kingdom to another people, he suffered no man to do them wrong. Yea, he reproved kings for their sake, saying, touch not my anointed, and do my prophets no harm. Moreover, he called for a famine upon the land. He brake the whole staff of bread. He sent the man before them, even Joseph, who was sold for a servant, whose feet they hurt with feathers. He was laid in iron until the time that his word came. The word of Yahweh tried him. The king sent and loosed him, even the ruler of the people, and let him go free. He made him master in his house and ruler of all his substance, to bind his princes at his pleasure and teach his senators wisdom. Israel also came into Egypt, and Jacob sojourned in the land of Ham. And he increased his people greatly and made them stronger than their enemies. He turned their hearts to hate his people, to deal subtly with his servant. He sent Moses, his servant, and Aaron, whom he has chosen. They showed his signs among them and wonders in the land of Ham. He sent darkness and made it dark, and they rebelled not against his word. He turned their waters into blood and slew their fish. Their land brought forth frogs in abundance in the chambers of their kings. He speaked, and there came diverse sorts of flies and lice in all their coasts. He gave them hail for rain and flaming fire in their land. He smoked their vines also in their fig trees, and brake the trees of their coasts. He speaked, and the locusts came, and caterpillars, and that without number, and did eat up all the herb in their land, and devoured the fruit of their ground. He smoked also the Passover, Israel. He smoked also all the firstborn in their land, the chief of all their strength. He brought them forth also with silver and gold, and there was not one feeble person among their tribes. Egypt was glad when they departed, for the fear of them fell upon them. He spread a cloud for a covering, and fire to give light in the night. The people asked, and he brought quails and satisfied them with the bread of heaven. He opened the rocks, and the water gushed out. They ran in the dry places like a river. He remembered his holy promise, and Abraham his servant, and he brought forth his people with joy, and his chosen with gladness, and gave them the lands of the heathen, and they inherit the labors of the people. Why? That they might observe his statutes and keep his laws. Hallelujah, 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 and shalom, Israel.
Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah,
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Shalom, shalom.
Shalom, family.
Shalom.
Praise Yahweh.
And my grandson.